My dad abandoned my family when I was 5 years old. That is a wife and 4 kids. He abandoned us and then pursued amateur breakdancing.
But why, though? The beauty of breakdancing is you can do it from home. Where did he go? How do you even abandon a family to train breakdancing? It's not like Bruce Wayne going to train with Ra's al Ghul. Like, you can just do it from home. I know he has a reply video. I'm sure I'll have my question answered. But that is already so fascinating to me. It seems like maybe he was looking for an excuse to leave, and he's like, listen, honey. Look, the breakdancing beckons to me. I have to leave. It's my purpose. Maybe to join a breakdancing group. Yeah, but again, that's another thing you can still do from home. You go practice with the group, fucking 9 to 5, basically, if you want. You could treat it like a job and then come home to your fucking family. Like, I don't think you need to, fully get rid of all your corporeal belongings and go pursue breakdancing for the rest of your life.
And he got really good.
Oh, well, then it was worth it.
Like, he became like a D-list, and he went super viral, and he did all these interviews, and he danced with Paula Abdul.
Paula Abdul?
Take a look at this 60-year-old break.
Whoa!
60 years.
Yeah! Wait, it was worth. He's fucking serving. Stand back! He's not exactly known for his blistering speed, but the technique is great. Damn, he is actually fucking cooking him out here, though.
The worst part, damn it.
He's like, hold my cane.
Should not be able to move his medical bills growing up, but he did give me this breakdancing. He's on his head.
Wait, that shirt is actually fire.
I'll get texts like this, "Happy birthday?" ? And then links to his breakdancing video.
No, not Facebook, brother. You gotta expand. Hey, happy birthday. Do you mind if you and your friends like this post of me doing headspins? I need this one to pop off. Thanks. She seems like a really good sport about that. I would be pissed. I would be inconsolable if my father left me to fucking breakdance. I'd be mad. Pays his alimony with merch. Super based. True. He's a Hitmon top. Also true. Yeah, my dad just left with another woman. Cringe. Alright, so this is his response then. I wake up at 6 a.m. to find that my daughter has posted a TikTok video trashing me. She's a big social media influencer with millions of followers. Here it is.
6 a.m. to do some
Oh
work.
my god, this is 10 minutes.
Some of her videos get millions of views. And this video has tens of millions of views.
Yeah, it was
1 million
popping.
Likes, 20,000 comments, 40,000 bookmarks, 30,000 reposts. It's just insane. So I thought I'd better watch this video. And frankly, I was pretty chagrined by what I heard, to say the least. But honestly, the more
I love the way he presents this. It's like a substitute teacher trying to win over the class with quirkiness. His intonation is really interesting.
First, I can see that as a 5-year-old, Maddie would see her dad as having abandoned the family. One day I was living there, the next day I wasn't. And that will look like abandonment to a child.
And most
But married
people.
couples do get divorced about half the time in America. And I was
see.
just living a mile or so down the street in LaGrange, Illinois. We just weren't living under the same roof. Now, about not paying medical bills, that's just not correct. Here was the financial arrangement of the divorce. Maddie's mom, my ex-wife, got $2 million at the get-go.
No!
Out of the gate, a lump sum payment. Plus, I was paying her $18,000 per month in child support and alimony.
Where is that coming? Whoa, I didn't expect that. Wait a minute, this guy's fucking loaded. This guy's got clams. And moves. What does he do? Just go to the bank and just fucking headspin? Just killer bean on him? Fucking serve him until they give him the money? Where does it come from?
I saw the kids all the time. No abandonment, just a divorce. Was I at fault in the divorce? Yeah, I would say I was about 70% at fault. I own that. Maddie's mom and I were really not compatible in many ways.
That was pretty
we
honest.
were compatible in some ways, but not in other ways. Do I regret
She did
marrying
ballet,
Maddie's mom?
he did breakdancing.
No,
It would never work
absolutely
out.
not. If I had not married Maddie's mom, Maddie and her 3 siblings would not have been born. They would not have existed. One other slight correction, which I hesitate to even bring up because I love the way Maddie did this in her video. I did not abandon the family for breakdancing.
Oh,
I have a career.
is that not
I'm
real?
in the advertising business, built an ad agency. That's how I was able to afford to pay Maddie's mom $5 million.
Okay.
Maddie's mom
It's
and I
all making
separated in
sense.
2004 and divorced in 2005. I took up breakdancing entirely by accident in 2012. Now, some of you might be wondering, can he still breakdance at age 66?
That is what I'm wondering.
Well, I don't know. Let's see. I'll give it a try. Okay, Maddie, let's see how the old man does.
What kind of Mojo Dojo Casa house is this? Fucking Bitcoin merch, Bitcoin flag, weird plants from like the Spore universe, and an American flag. Where does he live? It's like a Sims house. Hey, oh, hey, wait a minute though. Hold on to your britches, sports fans. There's a 100% chance of serving. He's like actually good too. Oh! Jesus Christ! His coccyx. It wasn't ready for that. He's pretty good though. Now, it's been some time since I learned the art of breakdancing. I'm gonna tell you right here though, this looks like a bit of a flubbed move. I don't think this is how you want to... Oops, where was it? I don't think this is where you want to land it. Because he just kind of like... pelvis to the floor blasts it. Where was it? It's right here. Like that just... I don't know. That just doesn't seem smooth. Like I know every part of his body was squealing out in pain from this. Because usually you want to like kind of do like roll into this, kind of like parkour, but on your tummy. Kind of like doing the worm, from what I understand, what I remember rather. Especially at 66, those bones, they're not built the same way anymore. There's a lot of wear and tear on those joints as well. And he just, bang, like dropping a pile of meat on the floor. Pretty good though. Like he's actually good though. I am genuinely impressed.
Few details are off. No doubt because of what she heard from her mom. And I do think it's a great storyline that a 54-year-old dude left his family to pursue breakdancing, even if not quite true.
Yeah, what a great story.
A bigger truth, a truth that is really truer.
Who wouldn't want to pump their fist to that one?
This could be a very funny movie plot. I love you, Maddie. You are very creative and talented. Keep doing exactly what you're doing.
Man, this guy loves Bitcoin. He fucking loves it. Breakdancing and Bitcoin, the two big B's in the industry. Actual B-boy. Maybe that is how the move is supposed to go. Maybe at 66 it just goes a little differently, because there's no way that feels good. I think you're supposed to lower yourself into it from there, but he just keeps hitting his whole weight on it. So you said Maddie responded to that video? Where's that? Now I want to see. Is this it? Okay, here.
Obviously, in real life, it was a lot more like complicated and traumatic, and it was really hard. He left us, immediately married another woman. We didn't hear from him for years, and then he would visit every few months, and we'd go out to dinner, but like, he truly had no hand in raising us at all. We don't speak with any sort of regularity. He doesn't know when my birthday is. Like, as you guys saw in the video I posted, he got it wrong. He gave us some money growing up.
Yeah, but he gave you some cool merch.
I don't know the nitty-gritty of the financial situation. I really, really don't. But I do know that several times I've asked him for financial help with medical expenses, like especially like in college, and he wouldn't help me. So that's what I was referring to in my video when I was like, he wouldn't pay some of my medical bills. I'll probably delete this completely absent father. He's like, I was just a bike ride away from those kids. And it's like, not once did any of us ever take a bike ride to his house. I don't think I've ever been in his house ever. So this whole thing is so bizarre. Like, I'm so surprised that he responded to my video because
Well, it's not really a
I
house,
could've
it's a
actually made
dance
you seem, like,
studio.
way worse than I made you seem.
be fair.
Like, in my video, I just made you seem like such a whim.
I don't know who to believe. The only true thing is that at 66 years old, that guy can boogie. I don't know about the inner workings of the actual family dynamic there. But boy, howdy, I tell you what, he can cut the rug. That's all I know about that. Did he respond again? Jesus, it just keeps going back and forth? He's like, hey, Maddie, I've got some new moves. Yeah, maybe I moved in with my new wife and I didn't see you guys a lot, but look at what I studied back then. It's called the Bitcoin boogie. I hope he responds again if he hasn't. I'm really interested in this now. I am fucking captivated by it.
This video.
Oh my god, 30 minutes. Jiminy Christmas. Ah. Fuck.
A Sunday video on my daughter's viral.
And another new Bitcoin
video
shirt.
me, her dad. Many of her TikTok videos get millions of views. Maddie's initial video about me got 7 million views last I looked, just on TikTok.
Hey, okay, is there 2x speed on Twitter? Okay, we're gonna 2x this bad boy.
Abandoned my family when I was 5 years old. That is.
What is the difference between a
So he's posting.
and a viewer?
Okay, so this footage is to show that he was more active in their life than she lets on, I guess. I don't know. Now I skipped around too much. Fuck. But I think that's what he's trying to show. Like, he filmed these videos with Maddie, and it looks like one of the other siblings. So he was at least present sometimes.
and a friend. So you have about 300 subscribers.
So he's got some home movies. Man, this whole thing is just... Was that a Bitcoin shirt even in the family photo, brother? There's no way I saw that correctly. Was he wearing a giant Bitcoin shirt even in that family photo? It's hidden from me now. It was. It's literally like a paintball shirt, but with Bitcoin on it. My god. His Bitcoin merch is like my white t-shirt. He's like always in it.
Let me be clear. Maddie is not lying in her videos. She is saying in these videos what she perceives to be true from her perspective. She's expressing her truth. And her perception is impacted radically by 19 years of brainwashing by my ex-wife. I don't want anyone attacking or bullying Maddie for her videos or views. She watched my video and seemed to like it, thought it was funny. So then I suggested, since you aren't going to take down your video and correct it, I would at least like you to post my response video on your feed. I explained to her that people will love it, predicted that it would get millions of views on her channel, because her videos often get millions of views. I also suggested to her that after my response video, I could fly out to Los Angeles. We could then do a collaboration video, sit down together, and hash out these issues.
This dude's like a YouTuber leech. Like, hey, wait, wait a minute. What if we like collab? Look, I'll teach you a headspin, right? We'll plug Bitcoin, right? Obviously. And it'll be like fire content. Like, what do you think?
Well, then my response video will start to blow up.
Hey, Maddie, who are you rating these days? Yeah, can you get me on your auto host, Maddie? Like, I just posted the fucking incredible Bitcoin HODL explanation. Like, I think it'd go really hard. Your audience would vibe if you don't mind putting me on there.
Mentally. They tend to take things in stride and don't get wrapped up in drama. Anyways, no, we did not move to Florida. Wanda and I bought a second house in Florida in 2015. But we still maintained the Illinois house. And remember, the kids were older by this point. 2 were in college, 2 were in high school. The kids were doing their own thing by this point. We would typically stay in Florida in the winter, and then stay in Illinois when the weather was nice, in the spring, the summer, and the fall. We would shuttle back and forth between houses. Wanda and I still travel back and forth between Illinois and Florida, even though the kids have grown up and dispersed around the country and the world. Except for my son, who is still in Chicago.
I'm learning so
Okay,
much
Maddie
about this
graduated from
family.
University in 2021. Upon graduation, she went to Los Angeles, co-signed her apartment lease, and paid $2,500 toward her used Ford Fiesta. But also, she had broken up with her boyfriend around this time. She said she needed to go to grief counseling and therapy. She and her mom wanted me to pay for that
Jesus.
too. That's where I drew the line. I consider medical care to be like when you're sick or have a broken leg or need stitches, got into a car accident, stuff like that. Not grief counseling over a breakup with a boyfriend. Also, counseling and psychology today are completely dominated by far-left female wokesters. Although it's no management profession, so no doubt her therapist would be telling her the problem was her dad. The last thing I wanted to pay for was more brainwashing against her dad and against men in general. So I paid for the medical bills and I refused to recover. Now she did land a job in LA with NBC Peacock streaming, and that was going very well for her. She loved it. She was an assistant writer for a show. But then the writer's strike hit, which lasted about 6 months, and she temporarily lost her job or was laid off at NBC Peacock streaming. She, of course, approached me to see if I could help her out with funds. Otherwise, she said she'd be forced to move back to Chicago and live with mom.
What a crazy arc that just went on there out of nowhere. Hey, you want to see me breakdance? Yes, I don't really believe in therapy. It's kind of like woke female things. I don't know. I don't believe in that. The only thing I believe in is Bitcoin and headspins. Damn it.
Point. Okay, good, I say. Exclamation point. I'll be there then too. When do you get in? Looks like everyone wants to do dinner Friday night. I get in Friday. Put me down.
love, another love here, these love type things right here, like that. And that's pretty much just kind of how we communicate all the time. It's just, I love you and all this stuff. And she just tells me about what's going on in her life pretty much every day. My plane made it. Sorry I missed you. How was your Christmas? Thanks. That's what our conversation's like, and literally they're just all the time like that. So it just goes and 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 goes. So
Well,
I don't actually know how you can
that's pretty convincing.
You can just read through those texts, and it's constant. Let's see, I'm scrolling through my text conversations with Maddie almost the entire time, dumping all over the dad, the ex-husband. And that's the way it works in every divorce that I've seen. But now there's this other element. The kids are also being brainwashed into leftist woke insanity by the schools, starting in kindergarten, all the way through college and grad school. Girls in school are taught to hate men, to see themselves as victims of the so-called patriarchy. And they're taught that there are many genders. And why not consider changing your gender? Kindergartners are taught this today. The schools should be teaching writing, math, science, and marketable skills that will actually help the kids succeed in life. There's almost nothing of value being taught in the schools at any level nowadays. It's all political.
We came from breakdancing.
So here's my advice. Don't send your kids to college or even to school at all. The schools are pure poison. Homeschool your kids instead. Then instead of wasting $350,000 sending your kids to Harvard or some elite college, or any college for that matter, just have your kids learn a marketable skill for free or almost free online. There are also good courses at community colleges. A degree from Harvard carries very little weight today. Elon Musk, by the way, has said this many times. School and college are mostly a colossal waste of time and money. I just want things to go back to the way they were, for everything to go back to normal, where we're all having dinners, laughing, joking, and hanging out. Like we were a few weeks ago at Christmas. Maddie's older sister Tori's come to some of my breakdance battles, one in Chicago, one in New York City last year. She loves
My breakdance battles.
I love Maddie to pieces.
I bet when he places on the podium, he goes into like a whole spiel about it, like, don't ever send your fucking kids to school. Okay, I'm done. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The woke mind virus is out there. Avoid it. Okay. And then check this out. Okay. All right, I'm going home. Thanks again.
All I have to say. What I prefer to be talking about is Bitcoin, and why Bitcoin is really the only hope for freedom survival.
That's our only hope? We're doomed without Bitcoin? Fuck! Jesus Christ! Alright, I gotta buy some Bitcoin. God damn it. I call this move the woke whirlpool. It just does a headspin doing this. This was such an incredible saga. Has she responded again? Is there more? Oh my god. There's still more. How? It's still going. Fuck. I'm too deep. Help.
Tweet my dad had posted being like, my daughter is a famous influencer. She has millions of followers. She's a big social media influencer. And now everybody thinks that that's true. Like, nobody fact checked that. Like, nobody, like, everyone's rolling with it. Like, every news source, every tweet. Like, I'm a small creator. I'm not even monetizing my account yet because I'm too small. I have 70,000. Like, love you guys, but like, I definitely don't have millions. And all over his
How much does
media,
Ben
like,
have?
my daughter, she's just
Ben's got 15. So in the eyes of Ben, that's pretty big. And 70k is definitely nothing to scoff at. But yeah, I suppose in like the current landscape, when you say like famous TikTok star, you're thinking millions. This is so quiet, I can't really hear it.
Go on to, you guessed it, TikTok to dump some trauma about her childhood. Now, to be clear, Maddie's got millions of followers on TikTok.
Did nobody fact check? Did she not? Did nobody do research into this? It's like
I mean, it's
even
hard to
people
click a
who hate me are, like,
profile.
manifesting great.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, she's not wrong. Yeah, that is objectively wrong with the millions of followers and all of that. That is true. Yeah, it's hard to know who's telling the truth and who's lying, but the dad did bring some receipts that there is a lot of text messages, and he's got like family videos and shit. And it seems like they hang out pretty often. But I don't know, I'm not part of the family. Though I feel like I'm pretty close at this point. I know everything about them now. I was distraught when the family broke up, like the divorce from 2005. You scroll back up in the tweet in the article, the dad said something so racist that the dude literally bit him. Huh? What does that mean? Oh. Oh my. Well then. Is it really the same guy? I have no fucking clue. It's in the article, I'm guessing. This definitely isn't the same Ben Hart. He's 66 right now. And in exclamation, what do you mean? In blank, it was 24. He would have been in his 30s. This is not the same guy. What year was it? 1984? And how old is he? He said 66 right now? Okay, yeah. 66 minus 40, 26. Yeah, it sounds about right. So, I mean, that would be the same age. That would be correct. I'm sure we'll get a response from Ben at some point. Yeah, you remember that 1984 thing? Well, We don't need to talk about that. Let's talk about Bitcoin and check out this new maneuver I've been working on. So about that Bitcoin. The bone cracks. I know, my bones actually crack more than Bins. But yeah, I have no clue. Couldn't tell you. This was an incredible saga to follow, though. That was interesting. I know so much about that family now. I feel like I should be able to go over for Thanksgiving. I have to talk about these text messages. I can't help it. What do you want from me? What do you want from me? I'm only human. These are extraordinary in like the creepiest way imaginable. I usually don't like to do the same type of content back to back, and yesterday I covered some text messages as well, but I can't resist the urge. It calls out to me, the void beckons, and I have to speak on these. So, the context. A lady had an old co-worker whom had been fundamentally stalking her for quite some time. Her and her husband had dealt with this individual for a while, and decided to share some of the unhinged messages that they had been sent by him. There was a lot more that happened besides these text messages, but that's what was shared and what I want to go over. Buckle your seatbelt here, because this is about to be a pretty intense ride. This is a good read from cover to cover, if you like lunacy. Hey, I hope your weekend has started nicely. I apologize it took me a few days to feel like I could say this. No need to apologize, goober. I get it. Had to muster up the courage here. Hype yourself up in the mirror so that you could really let the demon out. You need to break up with blank, and then agree to be my girlfriend, with intentions to be my wife. And let me explain why. So he's basically acting like a car salesman here, trying to drive the hard bargain. It's like an episode of Shark Tank. I'm seeking a wife for 10% equity in my cock. I have no doubt he also had a PowerPoint presentation prepared for this, but unfortunately maybe it didn't attach, so it didn't send. I can provide more for you than he can. The independent woman facade you engage in wouldn't be necessary with me. I make more than enough money in my job in order to take care of you and provide you with a lakefront house, which I know is a desire of yours. I can provide you the free time that you often post about and yearn for to engage in your favorite hobby, ceramics. All I ask for you is your devotion in return. I know I am perhaps not physically desirable to you, which is why I plan to compensate with the lifestyle you often talk about wanting to provide yourself. You can really feel the fedora through these messages. It smells of such potent desperation. It's also very interesting that he calls attention to not being physically desirable to her. It's an interesting negotiation tactic. Excuse me, madam. I know you may not be physically attracted to me, but here's how I can make up for my face looking like turbo ass. I know if you could be given an opportunity, you would take it because you mostly desire to be able to experience freedom in life. It is something painful for me knowing you could have everything you wanted if you would simply agree to be my wife in the future. I could also pay off your student loans and car loan, which I know you've expressed desire to have those completed in the next 6 years. I could do that today, with a simple call to your loan companies. All I need from you is to immediately move to my property and begin your new life with me. Jesus Christ, that is concerning. I can pay off all of this. Just come join my cult. And I promise I am not a rapist or a creep. Nothing screams good guy quite like needing to clarify that you are neither a rapist nor a creep. I mean, would he lie to you, right? I mean, that's what a normal person says, like, by the way, miss, I am neither rapist nor creep, so you should feel safe around me. Now come live on my property immediately. I am not going to imprison you, or shackle you, or enslave you to a basement. Well, alright, breath of fresh air. I was a little concerned about that, but now, luckily, he explained it. Now there's no reason to feel alarmed anymore about that being a possibility. You are free to continue your friendships with your womanly friends and your relationships with your family. I would never take this from you. I would never force you into sexual situations you do not want to be in. I know it must sound so strange hearing this, but I feel I must make it clear to you that this is a dream opportunity that will not harm you in any capacity other than dropping your current life, boyfriend, and job, and immediately begin pursuing your hobbies while we plan our wedding. I've got a sneaking suspicion that this guy would absolutely shackle her and imprison her in the basement. But I imagine she wouldn't be alone down there. There's probably quite a few other victims that he has in that basement. This is a fucking unhinged creep. Now, it's important to mention that this isn't just some random person sending a bunch of nonsense. This is a very credible threat to the safety of this woman. So, according to the husband, they had been dealing with this individual for quite some time. and they even went to court over it. There's a lot that this individual has done aside from just these creepy messages, and it had been a huge problem for them for a while. This is a really dangerous person to be around. I hope you're not overwhelmed. I know we have not spoken very much in the last 6 years we've known each other. I've always known you were supposed to be mine as soon as I met you on March 3rd, 2018. He's got that shit marked in his calendar as the most important day of his life. I've never once inserted myself into your life. I haven't pestered you for your phone number, and we have an occasional chat on Facebook now that we're not in the same office anymore. I've been satisfied with this level of acquaintanceships for years, and I understand that you have been with blank since 2012. I understand you were committed to him prior to us meeting, but blank, you must agree that we have something special. We share so many interests, and we were always able to have great natural conservation. When we would attend lunch together during the workday, it was an effortless and relaxing experience to share those 40 minutes with you once or twice a week. And don't think I forgot how often you paid for yourself, a trait I knew was you trying to assert your independence in front of me. Oh, the delusion. Oh, the delusion is sickening. That's an example of something I've talked about quite a bit on stream, where no matter what, there are people that will view things in an entirely different lens that make no sense. Something as simple as her buying lunch for herself was interpreted, misconstrued by this fucking menace as her trying to assert her independence in front of him. So it's just like this honestly scary situation where something totally innocent, like just buying yourself lunch, has now completely been lost in the sauce of this dude's noodle, where he thinks it was all about him. It's so weird. I knew then you were trying to show me that you'd love for someone to take care of you. I'm ready to settle into a family-oriented life, and I recall you saying you would have children if you had the financial capital to do so. I know you desire to be a mother, despite your current male partner not wanting them. You would make a wonderful mother to our children. I would ensure you had everything you needed to live the family life of your dream. Wow, I just had a voice crack. That was a big voice crack, too. This man's serial killer stalker Riz just attacked my vocal folds. And I know you love to travel. Before we settle down with children, I want to take you to your dream destination list. I've kept track of all the places you've mentioned over the last few years that you'd like to visit. You always share such a beautiful landscape photos. He's like the Zodiac killer here. I bet if this wasn't over Facebook Messenger or whatever, it would have been sent via postage, letters in the mail, using cutouts from magazines for the letters. I want to take you to Japan, to Thailand, to New Zealand, to Greece. Yah! It's like that classic one. Oregon. Yah! Fucking the Dean scream. And after that, we'll go to the opal mines in Australia for your dream ring, and then I'll take you to all the waterfalls the islands have to offer. How does this sound? My proposition is serious. You know I am a serious man. I'm turning 45 years old this year, and you are turning 32 years old. It's time to start making decisions about our familial life and how to enjoy our remaining years. Please know I have never offered any woman this proposition. I have a very secure career that I enjoy and will do whatever it takes to maintain in order to have your companionship, sexual prowess, and motherly raising of our children. I will give you everything you desire, as long as you agree to be my wife and raise our children. A very strong negotiation overall. I wonder how she'll respond to this in the Shark Tank. Hey, blank. I wanted to acknowledge that I received your message. It's really long though, so give me a minute to read and respond. That feels more like she's very afraid and is doing this out of pure obligation, like buying time, to figure out how to handle this without setting this guy off on like some kind of rampage, like this violent outburst, which is smart on her part for sure. To like very gently navigate this, because it's a scary situation having a stalker like this. Good morning. I am still awaiting your acceptance of my proposal. I look forward to hearing from you. Oh god, he's dropping the hammer now. It's all business, and he's not taking no for an answer. Good morning, goofball. I'm going to be perfectly honest, I don't know how to respond to this. I don't mean this negatively, but I honestly don't know whether or not to take this seriously. What I mean by that is, I don't know if this is a joke or not. You said this is quite out of left field, so I'm not exactly sure how to respond to you. This proposition is very serious. I have to make serious considerations about my familial life as I'm ready to establish this. I know I can offer you much more than your boyfriend can. It has been 10 years, and he still has not provided you with those things you desire most. I am a better provider than he is, and I will ensure your needs are met. Please, I would appreciate you taking this seriously and giving me a date and time I can come collect your items and move you into my house. It's in northern blank. This guy is already convinced that it's a yes, and now he's just trying to figure out when he should schedule the college hunks hauling junks to come collect all of her shit to move in with him. So now she fully responds to this. Surely you have to understand I can't agree to something like this. My life is my life because I've built it this way. I am not a damsel waiting to be rescued. While yes, I would enjoy an easier path to achieving the lifestyle I want, I don't mind working for it, and frankly, I'm insulted that you perceive my career to be a choice I'm settled to because I have not found the right man. Most importantly, it's another level of egotistical to assume I would dump an 11-year relationship in an instant for a fantasy pipe dream of yours. I mean this seriously. I'm not interested in your proposition. Trading my life for materialistic items and to be breed mare is not something I ever intended to do with my time. I don't know you. You don't know me. You have a limited glimpse into my life through my social media posts. What you see online represents a fraction of who I am as a person. We were co-workers and nothing more. I made this very clear to you in the years we worked together. I was in my relationship prior to even working with you. Yes, you're right, you never crossed that boundary, but instead you spent the last 6 years building a fantasy and dream life in your mind in which you think I would trade my value as a human being for a lake house and free time for pottery. I'm not sure how you became convinced this would be enough to make me leave the life I have built, but I need to assure you it's not. Please do not ask me this again. I am not interested, nor will I ever be interested in being your wife and child bearer. So she lets it all hang out here. She pulls no punches. She sets the record straight and says it right to his face. Well, as close to his face as anyone will ever come through text messages here. Breedmare. Now, there's no need to insult me. I am not propositioning you to live in solitude and to raise children alone. I want a family. I want you to be my wife, specifically, and I want to build a family with you. I thought you were intelligent enough to understand how great of an offer this is. Buddy, she is intelligent enough to recognize that her life would be in danger saying yes to you, you absolute maniac. You fucking weirdo. She is extremely smart to say no to this, as pretty much everyone on the planet with any level of survival instincts would. You're weird, you're dangerous, you're creepy, you're a stalker. Everyone's going to be saying no to you. I know you're primarily saying no because you don't find me physically attractive. If I looked better than your boyfriend, I have no doubts you would emphatically tell me yes. I didn't know you were so shallow. Oh, now he's going full nice guy mask off mode, even though he wasn't really putting up a nice guy persona in the first place. You would learn to be physically attracted to me just as I learned to be physically attracted to you after you gained 60 pounds. You look much better when you are staying in the 150 to 200 pound range, yet I never said a word to you about the fact that you gained so much weight because I realized you were perfect otherwise. I realized your looks didn't matter when your soul is what I wanted to spend time with. He probably wants to suck her soul out of her body like Shang Tsung. Like, this is a threat to her life, and she is absolutely making the right call, trying her best to get away from this guy and shut it down as hard as possible. It is simply a trade for a house and free time. Oh, the barter method, of course. I am offering you the very thing you constantly talked about and post about, the freedom to enjoy your existence without stress and anxiety. There would be more stress and anxiety with you because you are actually dangerous. It'd be a constant, guessing game of whether or not she's going to survive through the night under your roof. This guy is fucking scary. And he makes it seem like so simple. Simply in return, we are married and have a family together. Yeah, I mean, that's small potatoes. That's nothing. That's no big deal. It's a great trade. You get a house and you get the weirdest man in the world. A win-win. You would learn to love it because our home together would be so peaceful and joyful. However, perhaps you're right, and you are not the woman I thought you were. You're attracted to a low-life loser who filed bankruptcy at 25, hid his credit card debt from you. You pay his bills while he job hops because he doesn't know how to stay at a job for longer than a year. You cried constantly at work and had panic attacks not knowing where the money was going to come from. And what did you do? You worked a second and third job to make ends meet while he piddled away at putting in applications and not manning up to do what he needed to do. Why are you choosing this weak boy over me? I am mature, career-oriented, family-oriented, and I am a devoted partner. I would never force you into a position to make up for my shortcomings like your boyfriend does. I am better than him in every way, and yet you still choose him. It is baffling to me why young women like yourself want to be with the losers and drug dealers who will end up beating you silly. Keep in mind, this is coming from the same worm, the same specimen, who had to assure her he's not a rapist and wouldn't imprison her and shackle her. I think this guy is the one that most likely would beat a woman silly. Because he has all of the red flags you could possibly fucking imagine about a man. I'm going to fast forward through the second paragraph meltdown here, which is just a teary-eyed tantrum with him shaking his fist saying, "I thought you were different. You must stay with him for his penis size, because I can't even begin to understand how someone as intelligent as you are would turn down my offer. A luxury life free of stress turned down for a life of second guessing and financial strain? Why? What good reason do you have to turn down my offer?" He immediately goes to wiener size. Just another huge insecurity here. So I'm guessing not only is he physically appalling, but he also has a tiny cock. She says, "I'm not even going to entertain that message with a response. I don't owe you any explanation about why I'm still with my boyfriend even after all his shortcomings. I don't owe you an explanation on anything, ever. I've been wondering all evening what it could possibly be about me that you're so repulsed by that you won't accept the offer of a lifetime." Yeah, it's such a mystery. What about this perfect gentleman here and scholar would she find repulsive? I'm racking my brain and I got nothing. I have no idea. What could she possibly not like about him? He's such a doll. My friends are also appalled. Why aren't you accepting this? Yeah, I'm sure he has so many friends. He contacts all his friends. He's like, "Guys, she won't just give up her life and move in with me. What's wrong with this bitch, huh? What's going on? Huh? Is she crazy? She's crazy, right? It's not me. I'm not the problem, right?" I didn't think so. It's definitely her. "It's everything you have ever wanted, and you're turning it down still? Why? You owe me an explanation after I spent years ensuring I had enough to offer you." That's really scary. If this guy's whole motivation for like working hard, grinding, and getting money is just to try and act on this fantasy delusion with a stranger, that's unhinged. Well, all of this is unhinged, but that one's even wilder because again, they're not close to each other. They're still pretty much strangers. I'm starting to get very upset by your actions. You have one more chance. Anything less than an emphatic yes will not be accepted. So he tries to bring it down, an ultimatum. Last chance. This is the last ball game pitch here. It's got to be a home run yes or I'm out. I'm sure this will come as a huge surprise to all of you watching this, but she still said no. In the most polite way possible, fuck off. I don't owe you shit. I'll be blocking you now. Have a great rest of your life. I waited all day to see if your little conniption would resolve and you'd come back begging me for this opportunity. But I see you've decided to block me on Facebook, but too stupid to also block me on Messenger. At least for now. He's now fully in his villain arc. He put on a trench coat, sunglasses, and he's doing this while typing. I see you've blocked me on Facebook, but not Messenger. For now. I cannot believe I allowed myself to become entangled in the idea that a beastly fat woman such as yourself would actually choose to settle down with me. I can do so much better than you, and yet here I was offering you a way out of your wretched life. We both know you're settling with blank because you're too lazy to lose weight and make yourself more attractive, and you've trained him to be okay with your fat. I was willing to let your fatness go to the side because I knew if you had free time, you'd lose the weight and retain a more attractive figure for our relationship. I'm embarrassed I've spent so much time preparing for this moment and was wasted on a fat whore who doesn't know when she has struck gold. I truly thought you were different, that you actually wanted a nice man to be with. I see I was dead wrong. And she says, "You can literally suck the juices out of my fat blank and choke on them, you absolute troglodyte." So at least there's a happy ending here. It ended on a positive note for both parties involved. So this guy did end up doing the quintessential nice guy sign-off, that standard song and dance of, "You know what? I'm better than you. I should have never wasted my time with you because you're fat, and you're a whore, and you're chunky, you're chubby, and I hate you. You're tacky, and I hate you. You're fat, and I'm a nice guy, the nicest guy you'll ever meet. You blew it. You blew it. It's on you, and you should feel bad. I'm not crying, you're crying." That's where the text message journey comes to a conclusion. Like I said, there was a lot more outside of text that he did, but I only wanted to focus on the texts. Hopefully they don't have to deal with this individual anymore going forward, and yeah, that's about it. See ya. Glass is fire. Glass is so bad. Such a pathetic end to what he built up with that. I thought Glass was awful. I can't remember if I moist metered it. I think I did. But that was when I was still way too nice to things. I think I gave that like a 50. You gave it a 60? God, I used to be so nice on the moist meters. Holy shit. You gave The Mummy 2017 a 50, which is crazy. Oh my god, that's so wild. I was so nice on the early moist meters. Check the moist meter website and go over your past reviews. That's not a bad idea. Let me see. Someone put them all there? Wow, someone made a .org for it. Like, that's so cool. I was way too nice on Indiana Jones Dial of Destiny, though, I will say. I think the main reason why I kind of gave it a little more than it deserved, I'd probably give it like a 50 now, but I gave it a 60 because I still had fun watching it with my parents. It's like the first movie we went to the movie theater to see together in a long time. Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania, I'd probably go lower, like a 30, 40-ish. I still put it on the worst movies of the 2023 list, though. But I definitely think that's way below 50. I don't know why I was so nice to it there. That was in 2023. The gloves had already come off. I don't know why I gave it a 50. All these are looking about right. Except for Thor. Whoa, 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 whoa. I drank a stupid potion on 7/7/2022. I gave Thor Love and Thunder a 65. Who let me hit the crack pipe? That movie is trash. That's one of my least favorite Marvel movies, up there with Ant-Man and the Wasp. No, that can't be correct. I gave this a 65? Someone laced my popcorn with Fint. What happened? What happened? Check the source material. I mean, they seem very thorough on this website here. I guess I did, but man, I don't know what came over me. Yeah, that one is baffling. Actually baffling that I gave it that high. Nowadays, logically, I'd definitely be putting that in the 30, 40-ish. Probably not 40, but like 30, 35-ish. That movie is atrocious. It does like nothing right. I even remember some of the things I was saying in there were scathing. Why did I end up giving it a 65? Was it just because of that shit, the black and white on the planet? And Christian Bale I thought did a good job, but there's no way I'd let him carry me to a 65. Oh, this one's weird. This is in the other direction. I'd give the Batman a little more than 80. I think the main reason I did that is because I really thought the entire car chase sequence was fucking stupid. Like, it wasn't visually bad or anything, but it was really stupid narratively. I must have really let that affect me. I must have made me real mad at the time. Because everything else about that movie is great. Battlefield 2042 on launch was damn near unplayable. I ended up putting it on the worst game list. But I gave it a 65 because I believed that it'd be better by the end of the year. I kind of saw into the future and was very wrong about it. Holy shit, I gave Eternals a 60. What the fuck? 60 is fair, honestly. It is not. It's more like a 45. At the time, it was one of the worst MCU movies, but now we've definitely seen worse, so you're looking at it in hindsight like, I guess in Turtles wasn't that bad compared to things like Thor, Love and Thunder, and Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania. But it's still not good. It was also really nice to Venom Let There Be Carnage. I thought that was extraordinarily forgettable, so much so, in fact, that I barely remember anything from it. I gave Old a 60. What is wrong with me? Why did I give Old a 60? What the fuck? Oh, and even more insultingly, I put Black Widow on the third worst movie of the year, but I gave it a 70. What are my scores? What was I doing? What are these scores? These can't be right. There's no way. Because I remember even pointing out how fucking stupid the entire movie was, especially with the villain whose superpowers stink. He's stinky, so she can't hurt him. The scores just had, like, I must have just been pulling numbers out of my ass, or Jackson did me dirty or something. Because Jackson and I used to converse on these for a while, but nowadays he doesn't really see any new movies, so it's just me. Like, maybe that's what was happening here? I can't recall. But, like, there's no way. That movie super sucks. No, I know these link to the video. Like, I have no doubt that he got this right, like, this is what the score was. I'm just wondering why it would have been that, because I remember hating this movie when I saw it. Like I said, though, it might have just been because Jackson and I used to do them together, and then just, like, meet on, like, where our scores matched, or meet, like, in the middle of our scores-ish. So maybe that's what was going on? I don't know. That's crazy, though, to give Black Widow a 70. I went like full-blown IGN here. All of these still seem good to me. Except Cold War. I don't know why I give Call of Duty Cold War a 70. Had a cool campaign, but terrible multiplayer. I ended up putting like no time into the multiplayer. That's definitely too high for Cold War. Thanks, Resub Shark. Cyberpunk 2077 a 70. Yeah, that game barely worked on launch. I had so many bugs on my playthrough. I had so many problems with that game. It was very half-baked. Yeah, absolutely. It's great now. Cyberpunk is great now. But on launch, it was so bad that it actually got taken off of, was it PS3? Not PS3. No, actually. Yeah, it got taken off of the PlayStation Store because it would not work. PS4. Because it would not work on the PS4. Probably should have been lower, actually. I didn't weigh that hard enough. Marvel's Avengers is 65. Where's that? What is happening to me? Who am I? Who was I? Marvel's Avengers is 65. What was I? Jesus Christ. A 65 for that is terrible. Yeah, no, I hated that game. I didn't even... It had to be with Jackson, because like I said, we used to make these together. It had to be... We, like, compared our thoughts and met on a score, because there's no way, in my right mind, I would have ever given that a 65. That game sucked. I hated it. I made fun of that game for so long, too. Like, it's so weird. I was, like, super harsh on something like Sonic the Hedgehog movie, which I actually liked, but was extremely nice to something like Marvel's Avengers that I fucking hated. That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't add up. This is a resub, Josiah. Rise of Skywalker, a 40. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know, just dog shit. I'd probably drop it to like a 30, but it's not like outrageously high or anything. That's not something that's like catching my eye. It's just some of these are either a little too high or a little too low. Like one of them I saw that's a little too low was, where was it? Oh, here, Last of Us 2. I feel like a 55 is definitely too low for The Last of Us 2. I was just really disappointed with the direction the story went, that I think it clouded everything else. Everything was still like an improvement gameplay-wise over the first one. And it's not like it was a terrible story, but the order in which they tell the story I thought was bad, and I thought the ending of this story was really bad and kind of nullifies a lot of what I think Last of Us wanted to build up for itself. But it's definitely not a 55. That should have been higher. And then something like Midsummer. I don't like Midsummer. I think it is a remarkable step down from Hereditary, which I think is a masterpiece in horror. Like, I don't like it, but a 25 for Midsummer is crazy. Like, it's so weird to look at some of these ratings here. From 2019 to 2021, my ratings had, like, no consistency to them whatsoever. They are legitimately just all over the fucking place. Then I gave Toy Story 4 a 90. Like, what the fuck? Your early reviews are even crazier. Are they? Yeah, we're still only in 2019. Man, this scale was all cattywampus here. Like, some of them I obviously still agree with, like Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, a 50. I'd probably still give it a 50 today. I think that is one of Quentin Tarantino's weakest works. Like, a lot of these I still 100% agree with, but then there were some where I was just feeling some type of way. I was on that loony juice. Man, they blasted me with that dumb beam. Damn, I was really harsh on Godzilla King of the Monsters. What the fuck? No wonder Godzilla fans were really mad at me for that. I definitely think it's the weakest of all of the new Godzilla movies, but definitely not a 30. I gave Aladdin a 65. Live action Aladdin. Who was this guy? Who was young Charles? And it's weird, because here's a movie I liked. The new Hellboy. Hellboy fans were super upset at it, but I thought it was really fun. Like, it has almost nothing in common with, like, the great Hellboys or anything. But man, that movie was so fucking enjoyable, especially the last 15-20 minutes. And I gave it a 35. What was going on in my noodle? These don't make any sense. Well, some of them don't make any sense. What the fuck is The Prodigy? What is this movie? I don't remember it at all. What the fuck is it? God, I saw every dog shit horror movie ever. Still do. LMAO, Moz out of 20. Moz sucks. That movie was terrible. This movie is really bad. I remember this one. This one was about that lady who just like wanted to feel like a kid again, like real hip, so she like buys alcohol for some kids and stuff and lets them party in her basement. It's super stupid. That movie's trash. That's definitely a 20. I don't remember The Prodigy. I guess it's a 40. Seems a little high. Why the fuck is Kingdom Hearts 3 a 70? Where's Kingdom Hearts 3? Brother, I couldn't tell you why I gave that a 70. Those were still some of the most miserable streams I ever did. Yet I ended up giving it a 70. Gameplay was fun, and actually not a single other thing about it. And not even all of the gameplay. Oh my god, why was I so harsh on replicas? I remember the movie very well, which I guess is more than I can say for half of these fucking things that I was giving 60s and 70s to willy-nilly. Replicas is that Keanu Reeves movie, which is actually a really sad concept for a movie in regards to Keanu Reeves being in it. Because it's about his family dying, and he can't cope with the loss, so he creates replicas of his family. And it's not a good movie by any means, unfortunately, but I think it's a really personal one for Keanu Reeves, given what he's gone through in his life. I tore into it. Jesus. I remember even pointing that out, too. I don't know why I ended up giving it a 10. It is bad, though. It is not a good movie. Oh, wow, there's a movie I haven't thought about in a long time. Mortal Engines. What a cool concept for a film and a dog shit movie. Okay, some of these are starting to make a little... Like, I'm starting to agree with 2018 Charles a little more often than, like, 2019. This is a little high for this, but only slightly. I'd probably give it, like, a 30, 35. RDR2, he's geeking. Nope. I'd absolutely still give that an 80 today. 100%. Amazing game, amazing story. I will never, ever, ever, ever replay it. It is a fucking slog. Nakey Jakey made 2 great videos going over some of the shortcomings of Red Dead Redemption 2, echoing my thoughts to the T. That I got fucking blasted for when I did my moist meter on it. So this one, 100%, I'd absolutely still give it an 80. I will never touch that game again, but it was an amazing game. Oh my god, I was nice to Black Ops 4, an 85. That was when I was in full-blown Battle Royale mode, though. I was playing every Battle Royale. And Black Ops 4 was a fun Battle Royale, but it had nothing else to it. That was the only part of it I liked, and I let it carry it to an 85. Craziness. Craziness. Yeah, that looks about right. I'd probably still give Venom like a 25, 30, 35 maybe. At most. Movie sucks. I hate that movie. I think it's terrible. I think the second one's maybe about as bad. And I ended up giving that a 60. So that just goes to show you the discrepancy. Oh, this is one of the best bad movies in modern times. Up there with like... Well, it's not up there with Moonfall. But it's in a similar vein as Moonfall. The new Predator movie. It's not new anymore now. But... God, this movie was beautifully awful. That movie was so good. Holy shit, this movie. Pretty sure I'm one of the only people in the world that watch this thing. Some of these movies I have to wonder why I even bothered moist metering them. What was the point? No one was ever going to go see Axel. Looking at the cover though is actually kind of cute. it was kind of an adorable movie. Yeah, Slender Man was terrible. 15% is definitely about right. Horrible movie. I was really nice to the Teen Titans Go movie. I don't remember anything about it now. It also teased the OG Teen Titans coming back, which clearly never happened. Here's the lowest rating in moist meter history, the 2% to Gene Rain. Still makes sense. God. Giving Ant-Man and the Wasp a 55 is so painful. This is still one of my least favorite MCU movies, even to this day. It's so fucking trash. I'd probably end up giving that like a 30% now. Oh my god, I gave Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom a 65. Jeepers creepers. That one had to be Jackson, though. Because he likes dinosaurs so much. Like, I definitely think that's why some of these are so high for movies or games I really didn't like. Not to use him as a scapegoat, but, like, I can't think of any other reason why I would have been so generous on some of these. I was really nice to Incredibles 2. I still like the movie. I still really like Incredibles 2. But it's just not a very good movie, though, which I recognize. And it's nowhere near as good as the first Incredibles. It loses all of the heart. This one was controversial when I posted it because people hated Solo. But that was back when people were still delusional enough to think that Star Wars was going to be good again. And it still hasn't. This is a great movie. Oh, great's exaggeratory. This is a fun movie. It's just your generic sci-fi adventure, unapologetically cheesy and over the top. I stay by that. I watched that again a couple years ago. Still fun. Oh, I'll give God of War an 85. That was my game of the year, too. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, these scores sometimes just make no sense. I loved that game. And I still ended up giving it an 85. Like, for some reason, I wanted to play, like, Hardball with that one, but not some other ones. A lot of reused bosses. Yep, and that was my only major complaint. I think that was the only complaint I had for that whole game. Oh yeah, and the title. I hated the title. Still hate the title. I hate games that do this. I will always hate that. Call it something else. There is already a God of War. Don't call the new one the fucking God of War soft reboot. It's stupid. I hate it. Still hate it. Star Wars Battlefront, and Star Wars Battlefront 2, and then Star Wars Battlefront, and then Star Wars Battlefront 2, and then Modern Warfare, and then Modern Warfare, and then Modern Warfare 2, and then Modern Warfare 2, and then Modern Warfare 3, and then Modern Warfare 3, and they're all different games. It's stupid. I hate it. It's fucking stupid. Absolutely hate it. Again, here's another movie. Why did I even bother? This is 100% a movie none of you have ever even heard of. The Winchester horror film about the fucking Winchester widow being haunted by all the people that had been killed by Winchester rifles. Why even bother? Honestly. Why? What is this? I don't know what this is. I saw it at some point, clearly. I don't know it. That's the one where he gets orders on a train or something. Cool, I guess. I don't remember anything about it. I guess I kind of liked it, though. I remember the Insidious Last Key. Trash. What is Bright? Now we're getting into movies I just don't remember at all. Oh, fuck. This. Oh, my God. It's been that long? It's been 6 years since this trash? I thought it was much newer. I gave The Last Jedi a 70. It's gotta be Jackson. It's gotta be Jackson. It's gotta be. I hated that movie so much. Jackson would have gave it less. Not at the time. You don't understand. Jackson used to be a Star Wars fucking fanatic, and he brainwashed me on some of that. Nowadays, he's like one of the most jaded people on the planet because all of the things he loves goes to shit, like Star Wars. But back then, he was still a huge enthusiast. I think he saw this movie like 4 times. It had to be that. I hated this even when I saw it. There's no way I would have given it a 70. There's no way. Here's another movie. Why did I even bother moist metering it? I actually remember this one, but not because of the movie itself. There's a scene in here where I think it's the main girl. The main girl's laying on her bed reading a book. I don't remember why, but she was just reading a book and the camera stays on there for a while. And someone throws a fucking snowball out the window and it sounded like a cannon going off. And I actually jumped out of my goddamn seat. That was one of the most effective jump scares I'd ever experienced. Must have hated the movie though. Gave it a 20%. That's the only thing I remember from it. Oh, I remember this being very controversial. I gave Blade Runner 75. I'd probably give it like an 85 now. I rewatched it a couple years ago. It's a really good movie. And I remember really liking it in the theater too. I don't remember all the things I took off for it. I remember the one thing that I was disappointed by and still kind of disappointed by is that I felt there was so much more they could have done with that world. Well, obviously, a lot more they could have done with that story they were telling. And then they kind of pulled the punch on it. I just felt like they cut itself short. This is the moist meter that WWE kept taking down. They took this thing down 5 separate times, and every time I used to fight them on it until I gave up. I think it's still up now, though. I think they finally stopped. Yeah. Dog shit movie. It's supposed to be about Bruce Lee. It's really not. They make him like the villain in his own movie. It's terrible. Bro's blaming Jackson like he's Clara on his computer or something. I just don't know what other explanation there could be for some of these. I don't know. I really don't. Because, like, the ones that are really jumping out at me are ones that I know Jackson also played or watched. And like I said, we used to do all the scores together. Call Jackson so he can defend himself. Jackson can't even remember what he had for breakfast on a daily basis. He is not going to remember fucking 5 years ago. It's worthless to even ask. He'll be like, wait, what movie? When did they make a new Star Wars? Like, he doesn't remember anything. Oh, Valerian. Oh, shit. Oh. Whatever. Dog shit movie anyway. Wish Upon. I went really hard on that movie. Still one of the worst horror movies to hit theaters. I can't believe I gave The Mummy 2017 a 50. That one blows my mind. How? I gave Alien Covenant a 60. Who was this guy? I don't want to meet him. I don't know who this man was, but I don't want to meet him. That's baffling. Both of these are incomprehensible. Both of these should be down here with Transformers 5. 100%. 55% for Bohemian Rhapsody is Criminal. Brother, that was like 4 years forward from here. We went through that like 30 minutes ago. Bohemian Rhapsody was just not a very good movie. Like, there's an infamous scene in there that really kind of sums up the experience. I'll pull it up for you. Oh, this is more than just that scene, but here's a whole video breaking down how terrible the editing was on this movie. It is not a very well-made movie. Like, the performances are great. They did a great job with a lot of it, but it is put together horribly. Who should be blamed for that? Well, I don't know. I don't know the editor's name or anything, but it still makes the movie not good. So, like, the movie itself is to blame. Like, what do you mean? I can't just overlook that. It's the entire movie. What is unforgettable? Well, I guess I'll never know. That one's been completely forgotten. This is another one of those movies. Why did I even bother moist metering it? Nobody ever saw it except for me. Oh, it's this movie about the lady that keeps wanting to fuck. Man, I was really nice to the Ghost in the Shell movie. Gave it a 70. I also don't remember giving Mass Effect Andromeda a 55. I thought I gave it something in the 40s. But man, I even started with the gloves on. Like, I came in there with the sock and boppers. I played so nice. The reason I started the moist meters is because I hated this game so much, and I still ended up giving it a 55. I did a couple reviews before this, though. Like, I moist metered Suicide Squad, Don't Breathe. Your principle back then was you tried to be as objective as you could, so a 50 to you was just mediocre. Yeah, but it's just those weren't mediocre. Like, I was still playing really nice. I still try and do that. Like, to me, a 50 is still like a perfectly average movie. But this was not a perfectly average game. Everything about it was below average, especially because it's in the Mass Effect universe. So you've already seen the potential of it, and it was still lacking in every possible department from pretty much every other game out at the time. I played so nice with it. And Ghost in the Shell is absolutely not above average. So I don't know. I don't know why I played so nice. This was an interesting trip down memory lane. I don't even recognize myself down here. Was Ghost in the Shell that bad? I wouldn't even say it was that bad, but it definitely... that would be something I'd probably give like a 52. Like, that is something I'd probably be comfortable giving like a 52. Pain and Gain. Why would you even ask? Why? I saw this when I was still I saw this when I was still a virgin, actually. I think I was 18 when this movie came out, and I saw it at a girl's place who I was like super interested in. But it was me and a buddy. We went over there, And he was trying to like wingman me, and she was not having it. She was not interested. She was more interested in my friend. And I just sat there and I just fucking watched Pain and Gain on her TV in her apartment. I hate that movie because of that. That shit sucked. Fuck that movie. And I tried to get out of it because I knew, like, I figured I was kind of just in the way of them at that point. So I was like, I'm hungry. And she's like, no, it's fine. I got some crunchy peanut butter in my pantry. I was like, oh. Yeah, no, that's all right. I'll eat that, I guess. So then I'm fucking trapped. I sat there and ate fucking crunchy peanut butter watching Pain and Gain on her TV. Made me mad. That movie sucks. That movie gets a 10% on the moist meter. And it's only that high because the peanut butter was good. I'm almost embarrassed to admit this given how popular it is right now, but I had no idea what Stanley Cups were. I had only ever known the Stanley Cup as the hockey championship trophy, and I also only knew it as what Matt called his water cup. And I thought he was just being quirky because he likes hockey. He's a huge hockey fan, so I thought he was just being a little zany by calling his cup the Stanley. But apparently it's a massive cultural phenomenon right now with people flocking and fighting over getting the newest limited edition Stanley Cup drops. Now, I'd also known Stanley as a company that makes a bunch of tools, but I assume that was totally separate from the company that's making these cups. It's not. It's the same company, and they struck gold with this cup. So I'm sure you've seen a lot of the videos that have flooded TikTok and Twitter about people camping out outside at Target at like 4 a.m. waiting like 10 hours and whatever, just for the chance at getting a Stanley Cup from the limited edition drop here. Just the opportunity to try. And there's also been someone that like hopped over the counter to steal some Stanleys. The reselling on these cups is outrageous. Some of them are going for $200+ online right now. It's the most important item on the planet right now. If you had to choose between getting a life-saving surgery or spending that money on a Stanley, you're better off getting the Stanley, because if you're caught without one, you might as well be dead. Everyone loves this cup right now. If you flexed a Rolex at someone, like flashed a massive Rolex at someone, they'd be like, yeah, whatever, where's your Stanley, brokey? It's on a whole nother level. I haven't seen this kind of consumerism hype since Supreme Madness like 5, 6, 7 years ago, however long ago that was. But anyway, let me just go ahead and show you some of the clips that have been floating around. Stanley Cup reselling is so crazy. The Stanley Cup trend is so crazy to me. I had no idea these things were so popular. So Matt's had one for a while, and he kept calling it his Stanley. I thought that was just some kind of like cute pet name he gave it or something for some reason. I had no idea this was like a massive brand. But it's more than that. It's like a whole phenomenon. And it's just a fucking cup. Like, it's not even like a special cup or anything. But like, I saw some of the reselling is like $200 or $300 earlier. It's wild. Like, it blows my mind. Like, I get a lot of the other collectors things that people go crazy for and wait outside like for 6 hours for. I get it, I guess. But not a cup. It's $1,000 for the Valentine's one on StockX. I'm not even surprised anymore. But I was watching some of the videos. So, basically right now, the reason it's such a big thing is because Target just had their own limited edition Stanley. And there was also a Starbucks one. Or wait. Are they the same one? I thought they were two different ones. The release of the limited edition pink version of the viral 40-ounce Stanley Quencher drinking cup designed with Starbucks led to chaos at multiple Target locations. Oh. Well, whatever. This Target one has got people acting a fool here. Like, look at how long they stay in these, like, giant lines camping out. It's just fanatical consumerism over a goddamn cup. So right now there's a limit of 2 Stanleys per person. This lady documented the whole process. 4:40 a.m. outside at Target waiting for the Stanleys to be stocked in the morning. I just can't imagine getting that excited seeing this. Peeking in like some kind of stalker, a peeping Tom or something, over some Stanley cups. So I don't really know why. I don't know what makes them so popular or why they caught on like wildfire so quickly. I'm guessing it's just one of those things that got big on TikTok, so then everyone wanted them as like a status symbol. That's my only guess. Kind of like what Supreme used to have. That had like a stranglehold on the nuts of culture for a while, waiting in line for Supreme items and all of that. And I guess that's become this? I don't really know. It's probably because of that car fire video. What does that mean? Did the Stanley survive like a car fire or something? Like, was that part of the viral marketing campaign? Watch us blow up this truck, but the Stanley will be fine. Yeah, no, it's exactly that. Oh. Okay, I mean, that's cool. Doesn't make me want to go out and get a Stanley. Having a cup that can survive a car fire, I guess, is nifty, but I wouldn't require it of my drinking apparatus, nor would I wait 6 hours for it.
It's pink. It's so cute.
It's almost the biggest moment of their lives. The Stanleys are gonna be released. Holy shit. No trampling. This is actually pretty well mannered as far as stampedes for consumer products go. Pokemon usually has a couple dead bodies in the wake.
If you're getting one.
So if I can fish out one compliment for the intellectuals here at the Stanley opening, at least they didn't kill each other getting them. They politely walked in, got their 2 Stanleys paid, and got out. So that's good. No slit throats or no foul play. I work at Dick's Sporting Goods and people have been going crazy over them for a year. It starts with teens, then spreads to FOMO adults that'll buy them. Oh, probably scalpers then. I guess that makes sense. They're going for so much on the secondary market. I guess that's probably what it is for adults.
I just want a video. This is funny.
Oh, these poor cups over here getting no love. Should have been a Stanley, loser. Rough. This brand's probably crying right now into their hands seeing this footage. Completely untouched. There was a fight in some... Oh, I didn't see this part. I guess there was a fight. Never mind. The Stanley consumer base is no different than the rest of us. Like how people used to fight over Pokemon cards in Target. Oh, God. And the authorities had to show up to enforce order. Perhaps pandemonium did break out. Story goes, a car caught on fire and the cup survived, so they bought the person a new car. That's actually a really sweet move from the Stanley company then. This Target, I guess, passed out tickets for it, like it was Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. That's kind of cool. Oh god, I hate that fucking song. So that guy jumped the counter for some Stanleys and got the fuck out. Knocked over a trash can. Alright. Jesus. Projected to top 750 million for 2023. Goodness gracious. They do work though. Yeah, so does like every other cup. This fucking works. I can use this. That IKEA cup that everyone in the world has, that's gotten me through the last, 15 years of drinking. Supposed to keep your stuff cold. Oh, it's an insulated cup? Is that its big selling point? Is it like the best insulated cup ever or something? I guess. I don't use an insulated cup, so I guess I can't speak on what's better. I'm only just now learning that Stanley is a brand and not just what Matt called his cup. So I clearly don't know anything about it and how good it actually is. A moist global tumbler cup win? Oh, should directly compete with Stanley. Oh, that'd be so smart. Just get like a cheap beater car, set that shit on fire with a moist global Stanley bootleg in there, try and make magic happen twice. Or we can ramp it up. We'll take it to a monster jam or something and have that shit like destroyed by a monster truck, but our Stanley is still fine. Actually, no, that'd be stupid if we did a monster jam. We need it to hit with, like, the young teen girl audience, I think. I don't know how many of them are into monster trucks. So maybe the car fire would be best, actually, since that's the one that worked for Stanley. We can try and just emulate. Hydro Flask was in for a bit, but Stanley took advantage and started doing SE and collabs. That's the way to do it. So they dethroned... I remember Hydro Flask. I remember that was huge, actually. What is it with, like, water cups that pop so hard? Yeah, that's a great point. I remember Hydro Flask was everywhere. That's like the item I would least expect to be a super popular thing, because that's just such a normal item. Like I don't view it as like a luxury status symbol. It's just like a cup for a beverage. I would never think that that would be what would catch on in culture. Stanley should start doing some like anime collabs or something. Break into a whole new market. Stanley collaboration with Gamer Subs. You get a titty milk at Stanley. That would probably go hard. Contest being sponsored by Burger King will allow creative customers to truly have it your way. In the $1 Million Whopper contest, entrants are asked to build their dream burger for the chance to win a cool $1 million and have their winning entry sold in Burger King stores across the country for a limited time. Contestants have until March 17th to submit their ideal Whopper online using their free Royal Perks account. Burger buffs can choose between a 100% beef patty or an impossible plant-based patty and add up to 8 toppings. To enter, go to bk.com/mdw or use the Burger King app. What the fuck is this? This is like Papa's Burgeria. There's no freedom here at all. Like, imagine coming up with a Whopper mood board, 3D modeling your ideal Whopper in Blender, and submitting it as well as like a full presentation one-pager or something. Like, that'd be hype. I'm not making an account. Owning a Burger King account, is there any greater shame?
So, you're here to make a Whopper. Well, I'm your trusty AI companion, Grillium, and I'll be at your side as you craft your flame-grilled creation. A creation that could be worth $1 million. Let's get flame grilling. We have a few house rules for you to follow that'll make your Whopper competition ready.
They put an AI assistant into the Burger King create. If that isn't the most concerning thing for people that are still downplaying how big AI is going to be, I don't know what's going to put it on your radar. Fucking Burger King, for a burger building competition flash game, is using an AI assistant. This shit is going to be everywhere. Not Burger King. That'll probably be closed in 5 years. AI. In every sector.
It all starts with the patty. So what's the big idea? How are you gonna top it?
Well, Grillium, I'll go with the 100% flame-grilled beef patty.
Good. Now what makes your Whopper worth $1 million?
I'd like to use a brioche bun. Is that an option? Type in your topping and hit return. Well, I want to start with the bread. I'd like to use a brioche bun. Where do I type that? Can I just put it here as a topping? Or do I have to use standard Burger King wet, soggy trash? Checking your topping. We don't do that here, sir. This is Burger King. We don't know what that word means. Fucking Grillium's gonna explode here.
Okay. What else?
I got the Grillium stamp of approval? Well, interesting. Can I put sauce under the beef patty? Or do I have to go in this order from beef patty up? Because I'd like to sneak some sauce under the beef patty. Give it a nice little bed and maybe some pickles there. In case Bubble Bass comes in and tries to hide it. But I don't have that kind of freedom. I'm literally just adding fucking random toppings onto this. It is actually just Papa's Burgeria. Do some Pepto-Bismol. Brother, I'm trying to win $1 million here. I'm not going to put Pepto. But I will put some spinach here because we need some greens and I think this will be tastier.
Happy with your toppings? Generate your Whopper when you're ready.
No, I'm not happy with my fucking toppings. It's spinach, pickles, Gruyere, and beef. There's nothing else here, Grillium. Open your eyes.
Oh, sure. That makes sense.
There's no way you looked up onion strings that quickly. There's no fucking shot. Are you lying to me, Grillium? Is he just programmed to just gaslight me? Like, oh, yeah, no, we're going to print this. No, we got onion strings? You're really thinking with 100% of your brain.
You topped that all right.
This is fucking baloney. You're not even checking my toppings. You're letting me put Pepto-Bismol on here? This is all a sham. No, I replaced the lettuce with spinach here. It'll be a little healthier too, and I think it'll just taste better. It loses a bit of the crunch, but the onion strings were there to make up for that loss in texture. But now, there's no point in even continuing this. They're not even fucking checking! That's just already a topping at Burger King. True. Honestly, they need to have Pepto-Bismol on the menu, because if you're ordering from Burger King, you're going to need it.
What are you cooking?
Well, hopefully something worth $1 million, Grillium. Create my Whopper. You wouldn't let me change the bread. You also wouldn't let me change the order of these things. I wanted to put some of it underneath the beef patty because I think it'd be a really nice enhancement, but whatever. Like, I'd like to put the spinach and the pickles and at least the ketchup under the beef patty. But we can't get that creative here. Sir, you're way too qualified. This is the best goddamn burger we've ever seen. Get out. This is Burger King.
Here it is. Isn't it glorious?
You think that's what I made, Grilliam? What is this? Is this algae in here? I see my spinach, and then you gave me beets and styrofoam? What have you made me here? This is the burger that killed the health inspector. Yeah, I mean, this, to be fair, this isn't nasty patty level. If they did serve this minus whatever this is supposed to be, I don't even know what this, like, white bubbly bean shit is. And I think they slid in tomatoes here for some reason. If they take that section out, it probably would still be the best burger on their menu. Well, I don't think this is winning the competition. My ingredients were kind of fire, but it really let me down on the AI generation there. But here, let me go ahead and give Burger King my social security so I can properly submit this and win my $1 million. I'm actually going to make an account and see if I win. Give me a second. I'll be the first man in America with a Burger King account. I even come up with my own advertising camp. This reminds me of old internet days, back in GeoCities, where there was just like a few templates that you choose from. We'll just do the all-American Whopper. That looks cool.
This is Charles's all-American Whopper with honey mustard and other toppings, with some Gruyere and pickles in there. Try and top that if you dare. BK.
Hey!
Have it your way.
Fuck yeah, wait a minute. That was a slapper. Honey mustard and some other shit, I guess. Can you beat it? Do you dare? That was great. That was cool. Post that shit? Yeah, I'll put it on my Twitter. People actually think I got sponsored by Burger King. Whoever's not in the stream right now will be like, what the fuck? This is the biggest betrayal I've ever seen. Imagine I actually win $1 million from this. I would never stop laughing in the face of Burger King corporate for the rest of my life. If I win this $1 million raffle, they would never hear the end of it. You should have made a knuckle sandwich. Okay, that's such a good idea. I wonder, fist.
I
Imagine.
don't think so.
Finger.
I don't recognize that ingredient.
It's Burger King. You definitely recognize that ingredient. Oh no, it was Wendy's. It also wasn't actually Wendy's. Someone had like cut their own finger off or something and dropped it in there. I already forgot. Yeah, I don't know if I can do a knuckle sandwich.
Sounds good, but will
Bread.
it taste good? Ooh, now we're talking.
Bread.
That's a full stack.
It's a full stack. You are correct, Grilliam. That is just a big stack. We'll see if that works. I'm just curious if this works. This is experimenting. Let's see what it AI generates, because I am convinced it doesn't actually use what you put in there for the prompt. And this will prove it.
Here it is. Isn't it glorious?
It is not at all what I fucking typed in. It's a beef patty with poop and flowers. Where's my 6 pieces of bread? Where's anything I put in there? Where's my Pepto-Bismol? They actually just got some fudge paste and put it on the beef. I told you, they don't actually use it. A dog shit sandwich. I mean, if they served this, again, it would probably be beating most of the burgers on their menu, to be fair. But even still, this was just to prove a point. Point proven. It does not really grab your prompt for the image. But I am very curious what it typed in for this. Because it's like a pseudo birthday cake in a bun.
Happy with your toppings?
Okay,
Go ahead and submit your Whopper.
Maybe I just need
What
to
are you
be like
cooking?
more adamant about it.
I hope you thought this through. Sounds good, but will it taste good?
So this should be nothing but like a very tiny beef patty and a ton of bread and pink sauce all over it. Is that the board burger? About to find out. This is probably going to be the opposite of the board burger if it does it correctly.
Wow. Look at what you've made.
This isn't what I fucking made! Again, where's my 9 pieces of bread? At least they have some... Actually, this looks like what McDonald's used to use, like that sludge. You remember that pink sludge that went viral a while back? Like, this is what your burger looks like. It actually looks exactly like that. Nothing like Pepto. No bread. For some reason, they gave me a whole layer of eggs, or asbestos, that they scraped off their ceilings, and then some cucumbers, which I think is supposed to be the watermelon portion. Actually, it still might be the watermelon. I can't quite tell. It's like trunk. They put a scrub daddy under the watermelon. Oh yeah, my layer of eggs. If you won, would you try it? If I won, it wouldn't be because of my Pepto-Bismol bread burger. But even if I did win with the Pepto-Bismol bread burger, yeah, I'd eat it. Pepto doesn't taste terrible. Mm-hmm. Oh!
This is Charles's epic Whopper. With watermelon and other toppers. With some bread in there. Try and top that if you dare.
BK, have it your way.
You can't top this. I'll spoil it now. Have it your way indeed. Here's Charles's epic Whopper with some bread. And some bread in there. I also see now where the confusion was. It didn't use Pepto-Bismol. It used pink bismuth. What the fuck is pink bismuth? That sounds like a city in Australia. It's just fucking Pepto again, but a different brand. Cool. What a Whopper. What a sandwich, huh? What a beaut. What a absolute beauty. It looks like egg in the middle. Yeah, I don't know where that came from. It actually just came out of nowhere. There is nothing even egg adjacent. It's watermelon, 4 batches of Pepto-Bismol, and 3 pieces of bread. And then for some reason they slid the scrub daddy in the middle. Read the contest rules. I think it is votes. No shot, it's votes. Maybe like an internal Burger King council. Whatever fossils are on that board, but it wouldn't be public votes. Burger King has appointed contest judges to select 3 Whopper sandwich creations later this year after the submission period is over. Oh, so it's not even a raffle. They actually do have a board. I think I have I'm gonna be honest, I don't think the Pepto-Bismol burger is winning, but I do think the first one has a chance. I think that would be a really tasty burger. But it's way too expensive for Burger King to make. They would bankrupt them in a day. Just getting the Gruyere would ruin them. Bribe them? Well, they're definitely going to be kept anonymous. I bet these Burger King judges are kept in like a sensory deprivation tank for the next month and 2 weeks. So that way they're cut off from the rest of the world so they can't be influenced when they look at the Whopper creations. They can't be contaminated or bribed. But if I knew who they were, I'd reach out. 3 finalists will be invited to Burger King headquarters in Miami where they will get the chance to modify their sandwich ideas before they appear on menus nationwide according to Burger King. Customers will get a chance to try the 3 Whopper sandwiches and cast a vote for their favorite sandwich. The Whopper that receives the most votes will take it all, including a brief menu appearance and a $1 million for the creator. We just need to make it into the top 3. We just need to make it. There's hope. There's hope. I just don't think the judges would let me. There's no way. Mine's too expensive of an item. Onion strings, Gruyere. Burger King doesn't know where to even source that. There's no way. But what if there is? What if... Okay, so the Burger King headquarters is in Miami. What if I ship them a mysterious package full of Gruyere and onion strings? So that way they wouldn't need to worry about the cost. $35 burger. What a steal. I think if we go... I think that's what we do. I think we go for like a cheaper alternative that Burger King might actually select. And we run it one more time. Let's try it. One more Hail Mary. So we threw away one of our chances for the bread Pepto burger, but that's okay. We've got one more. One more go around the block.
So what's the big idea? How are
All right, so-
you gonna?
Can you
top
stop
it?
yapping,
Good.
Grilliam? I'm
Now what
strategizing.
makes your Whopper worth $1 million?
Okay. I'm going to tell you right now, I don't think we use all 8 toppings. I think 8 toppings is asking a lot from Burger King. It's going to be an expensive burger. I think we want to keep this to like maybe 5 or 6 tops. Yeah, I think mozzarella is safe. I think we go for some mozzarella. That's going to be, I think that'd be my cheese choice as well.
You topped that all right.
I don't think we mix chicken and beef. That's a fucking recipe for disaster. You belong in an insane asylum. We're not going to mix meats. You don't do that here. Not at Burger King. But could pickles be alienating? There are a lot of people that don't like pickles on their burger. I want mass appeal. I think bacon is safe. Everyone really likes bacon on their burgers, especially if we're using mozzarella. I think bacon's a really good choice. So we're going to throw bacon on for sure.
What are you cooking?
Tomatoes? No. I like tomatoes on my burger, but literally none of my friends do. So we're not doing tomatoes. I already know that's way too polarizing. Ranch, bacon, barbecue, fire combo. Ranch bacon barbecue is a timeless classic, actually. That guy's cooking. And I'm liking what he's got on the grill. That's not bad. That is not bad. Stop saying aioli. This is fucking Burger King. They probably can't even spell aioli at the Burger King headquarters. We're not doing aioli. It needs to be simple enough. You guys would absolutely be ruined in an R&D department. Why in the fuck? One guy keeps spamming like his most like mom's homemade mushroom recipe. Brother, I'm not putting a fucking like gourmet mushroom topping on this for a Burger King burger. Do I go with my heart or do I go with math? Because my heart's telling me onion strings because I would absolutely crush this if this existed. I think that would be a really good combo, but I just feel like most people might be turned off by it. And this is for a potential million clams, so I want to actually try and win. I'm just gonna go with heart. I'm going with my heart. I'm doing the onion strings.
Ooh, let him cook.
See, Grilliam likes it. Grilliam lost his fucking mind on that. The onion ring / strings will add that crunch to it. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. It completes it super well. It's just onion itself. There's a lot of people that don't like it. But you know what? If they don't like it, then they're not welcome at Burger King in the first place. That's what I say. Close the door in their fucking face. We run it. Just give me my $1 million now. What the fuck?
Here it is. Isn't it glorious?
You ruined it! What am I looking at? How is this worse than my Pepto bread burger? What did you do, Grilliam? No! They actually served the nasty patty. This is like real effort into this one too. How did this where did it all go so wrong? What is the green? What here is the green? The list is what submitted image doesn't matter. I bet the council's probably fucking illiterate. It's Burger King. They're going to just look at images and they'll be like, ooh, this is the prettiest one. This needs to be presentable. It says on the bottom. Oh, you're right. Okay, cool. All right, we're good. I'll make the ad now.
No Whopper is complete without a proper jingle. Let's crown your Whopper creation.
I'd say this is going to be their new signature Whopper, to be fair. I think the Burger King AI malfunctioned because it didn't recognize good ingredients. It didn't even know what it looks like. Matzo, who's it? Matzo, what the fuck is that? We use that dumpster cheese. Blow me away.
This is Charles's signature Whopper, with mozzarella and other toppers, with some bacon and ranch in there. Try and top that if you dare.
BK, have it your way.
We're going to need to take a new picture of the burger once we get it in circulation on the menu, but for now, that's a good ad. I could see that airing in between SpongeBob reruns on Nickelodeon right now. Not as good as the bread Pepto Whopper. Well, Grilliam really put his heart and soul into the bread Pepto Whopper. This one was strictly a contract, but the other one was passion. Alright, well, we got 3 entries in. Let's see if I win $1 million from my least favorite restaurant on the planet next to Long John Silver's. God, that'd be so poetic. That would be a storybook moment. You should see if you can run that ad at the Super Bowl. Is it too late to get a slot? I mean, what's this, like 20 seconds? That's only, that's fucking 20 million worth. The return on investment would go crazy. $1 million, but it can only be spent in Burger King. Imagine. That'd be a fate worse than death. You get 1 million Burger King token. Just an exclusive currency to their restaurants. Good God. You think they watch it all? They rando pick 50 and select from that? I know. I'm living in a fantasy. But it's fun to imagine. It's fun to play with. I think there is a 0% chance the 3 people on the council are going to be wading through all of these. If you want my conspiracy on how I think this is going to go, knowing now that there's a council, supposedly, I think what will happen is they're going to use AI to comb through all of the submissions and just handpick the ones that match what they want to already release as a limited time item. Like, I'm sure Burger King has a lot of, like, different menu items that they want to release but don't really have an occasion for. So they'll probably just look for anyone that created a sandwich that matches those specifications, be like, oh, look at this, it's a fucking amazing sandwich, and choose that. Make your burger on a cooking stream. I don't know. If it actually seems like there's somewhat of a chance, I'll at least make my burger to try it. Like, I'll have a real chef make my burger and we can try it, including the Pepto burger. That could be fun. We'll see. We'll play it by ear. I'm sure all of you remember the now infamous chess cheating scandal that rocked the entire planet due to the absurd nature of some of the claims, where one of the best chess players of all time, Magnus Carlsen, lost, and he insinuated that his opponent may have used less than honorable methods to achieve their victory. As a result, his opponent Hans Niemann was accused by many of being a potential cheater. And one of the theories that was cooked up, mostly in jest by a lot of people, but some very vehemently defended the idea that Hans Niemann may have cheated by having anal beads in his rectum. And just when you thought it was safe to go to a chess tournament with your sphincter unclenched, we see a very similar thing happen today. So that whole situation with Magnus Carlsen and Hans Niemann had a conclusion. That had a whole season finale, a whole ending arc. But the idea of anal beads to cheat still persists. And we've now just seen a new accusation against another Chinese chess player this time, that they may have cheated using a similar piece of technology, a similar nefarious method for cheating. So there is a claim that someone who just won the championship did so by having a device planted in their colon where they would rhythmically tighten their sphincter in order to send signals back about the positioning on the board and then receive information on the best move to play. So it's the exact same concept. History truly does repeat itself. And so the champion has been accused of cheating, but that hasn't been proven 100% beyond a shadow of a doubt. But what has been proven is that he has pooped in a bathtub. I've been unable to locate crime scene photographic evidence, so I don't know if this is a Caddyshack moment with like just one turd floating around, or if this was like destroying the bathtub beyond all salvation. I'm not sure. But because he shit in the bathtub, he has been stripped of his championship title due to his bad behavior. One moment of weakness, some Hershey squirting accident in the bathtub has now cost him the title of champion. I went over it on stream, so I'll show you clips from that. But I also wanted to go over a little bit from the Mr. Beast D's Nuts lawsuit that I touched on last night, because I didn't even know that was going on, and I found that to be pretty interesting too. The Chinese chess champion stripped of title after defecating in hotel bathtub, allegedly used anal beads to cheat. I saw the headline, I haven't looked at it. Let's take a peek. So Chinese chess is different than normal chess. It's a completely different set of rules. This led to a lot of confusion on Twitter from what I saw. But I'm very curious how pooping in a bathtub would somehow give him the tools he needed to win this match. I feel like that'd be a detriment more than anything. The world of Chinese chess is in an uproar over rumors of cheating and a bad behavior scandal that saw the national champion stripped of his title on Monday after a victory celebration ended with him defecating in a hotel bathtub. I mean, if you're not shitting in a bathtub, are you even really celebrating? I don't even know why they'd be upset about that. Why would that be an issue? His joy was short-lived, with the CXA on Monday announcing that Jan would have his title revoked and prize money confiscated after he had been caught disrupting public order and displaying extremely bad character. The association was also forced to address rumors circulating online that Jan had cheated during the competition by using anal beads equipped with wireless transmitters to send and receive signals. How would that work, though? You can't have anal beads and be in a bathtub at the same time. Like, those two just wouldn't mix, right? I imagine the water would short-circuit it. Or maybe I'm just not familiar with where anal bead technology is. Maybe it's more sophisticated than I give it credit for. Jan allegedly clinched and unclinched rhythmically to communicate information about the chessboard via code to a computer, which then sent back instructions on what moves to make in the form of vibrations, according to reports circulating on Chinese social site Weibo. Based on our understanding of the situation, it's currently impossible to prove that Jan engaged in cheating via anal beads as speculated on social media. But he was stripped of his title and banned from playing for a year after his celebration went wayward. Jan consumed alcohol with others in his room on the night of the 17th and then defecated in the bathtub of the room he was staying in on the 18th. In an act that damaged hotel property, violated public order and good morals, had a negative impact on the competition and the event, and was extremely bad character. Okay, I misunderstood. I thought he was playing Chinese chess in the bathtub for the championship and then pooped himself. Okay, so these are totally separate instances. So he's being accused of cheating via the anal beads method, and then after winning via cheating, went and pooped in the bathtub. Got it. Okay. Used his prostate as a Morse code receptor. Well, not a receptor, a Morse code transmitter. It's basically like the Lorenz machine from the World War II era. He's sending code back. I'm curious, is there any more on this? I want to see the scene of the crime. Can I see how much poop was in the bathtub? Like, maybe it was just like a small log. Or maybe he'd like actually destroyed the bathroom. Yeah, it doesn't look like we have any proof of the defecating. I'll take their word for it, though. God, I just need you to see this. This isn't necessarily about the story, but this is the most ads I've ever seen on a website so far. Since I turned off ad blocks, that way I don't have to, like, go around and go through hoops to get to websites anymore, this is what I get. This is unusable. This is actually unfucking usable. It's 5 ads per 3 blocks of text. Per 3 blocks of text. Bare minimum. Bare minimum. And auto-playing videos out the wazoo. It's fucking miserable. I'm just trying to see a picture of the pooped-in bathtub. That's it. Did you see the latest on Wander Franco? He was on the run in the Dominican Republic and police found him today. Oh, they already found him? Damn, one of the video ideas we had was to track down Wander Franco, since he played for the Rays. We thought it'd be fun if we were the ones to catch him, like Dog the Bounty Hunter. Fuck, they beat us to it? Okay. YouTuber Mr. Beast. Oh, he lost. Loses D's Nuts lawsuit against Florida company. I thought this was an ongoing thing. Mr. Beast was ordered to stop selling candy with the name D's Nuts after losing a lawsuit to a Florida business owner. Damn, you can't fuck with Florida, I guess. Who got him? A Jacksonville man took Feastables and Donaldson to federal court after he noticed the name sounds similar to his gourmet peanut business, D's Nuts. Oh, interesting. Okay. So these nuts belong to D. So D's Nuts owner Brian Detour named the company after his grandma D and owns the copyright. In the lawsuit, Detour claimed Donaldson's near identical product name was dominating search engine traffic that would have otherwise gone to his company. Detour argued that the use of D's Nuts was causing confusion, mistake, or deception and infringed on his copyright. His attorneys filed an injunction last week seeking to block Donaldson from using the name. On Wednesday, U.S. District Court judge sided with Detour and ordered Donaldson to stop using D's Nuts or a similar name. The candy was still available for sale with its original name on the Feastables website as of Thursday. That's super interesting because it's just after the meme. But it is a similar product to what he was selling, I guess, so you could make the argument. No, I guess not really, though. He's making a gourmet peanut. This is chocolate with peanuts. I don't know. He lost, though. I'm not a fucking judge. I would say it's clearly not meant to infringe on your copyright. It's based off of an extremely popular meme. I just don't really see who would get confused. Him saying the traffic would otherwise go to his company is interesting. Yeah, it really is a very interesting claim to be making. But he won, so it worked out. I've got good news and bad news, and I don't care which one you want first because I've already made the decision for you. I know the optimal order is always good before the bad. So big group hug in the shower tonight. Let's hold hands and enter the smile zone together. One of the most annoying and degenerate pranksters the internet has spawned in recent memory has just been sentenced to 18 weeks in jail. His name is Mizzy, and for about a month he rose to internet infamy by doing some outrageously awful pranks. Basically, he'd just commit crimes and laugh about them while filming it, or he'd just make everyone's lives around him miserable. Just this plague of agony that swept through his local community to make everything a bit worse. I won't go through his entire resume of cringe, I'll just go ahead and give you some of his most embarrassing garbage, although in his eyes, this is his magnum opus, these are his greatest hits. So the big one that made him pop off online is when him and his friends would walk into random people's houses to just frighten them, literally just kind of breaking and entering. Then there was this one where he stole a woman's dog at the park and ran away with the dog. And then of course, who could forget the timeless classics, his iconic series here, where he would go up to strangers and ask them if they want to die. Him and his equally pathetic friends would occasionally put on ski masks and run up on strangers, ambushing them, trying to block their way, asking them if they want to die over and over again. So overall, pretty high quality, harmless, gut-busting comedy here from one of the most brain-rotted, clout-poisoned, delusional, attention-starved worms TikTok has ever seen. Mizzy was able to get his name out there for about a month with a lot of people dunking on him, clowning on him, roasting him. He didn't really have fans except for like maybe 7 or 8 year olds that just liked the idea of being disruptive. But outside of that, it was everyone collectively just spitting on him. And then he landed an interview on a major television network where he made an absolute fucking fool of himself, and pretty much overnight, like a fart into the wind, his online presence vanished. Well, kind of. Everyone figured out the garlic to this vampire. The one weakness every clout-obsessed turbo loser has. Being ignored. Not getting attention. Collectively, most people just stopped paying attention to Mizzy altogether. He was just this little nuisance that would buzz around occasionally, pester people, and they just kind of disregard it. No one was talking about him anymore. It took away all of his power, like Voldemort's name. Like, no one cared anymore about how many times Mizzy would do something that would get himself arrested. They'd just be like, oh, okay, moving on. It's like pee into a public pool. You expect it, and it's gross, sure, but at the end of the day, out of sight, out of mind, you move on pretty quickly. So Mizzy stopped getting attention, and after this month of infamy, everyone forgot about him. But you know who didn't? The law. You see, Mizzy this entire time has still been striving to reclaim that former glory, which is so pathetic that he considers it success when really it's anything but. What he believes is his career would be anyone else's unimaginable shame. He lives in such a distorted reality that he believes everyone shitting on him is a good thing. For him, people just knowing his name is a W. That's a big fucking victory royale right there. Whereas the only reason people know his name is because everyone dislikes him. Like, his whole presence, his whole existence is to be disliked by people, and he is proud of it. That is a nightmarish way of living in this fucking world. I can't believe it, but that's whatever. It's his life, I suppose. If he wants to ruin it, by all means. So anyway, that brings us to today, where he has now been sentenced to 18 weeks in jail. He went to trial last month where he was found guilty on 2 charges of breaching a court order. And this court order is actually the most lenient shit imaginable. Basically, it asked him to stop filming people without their consent and posting it online. But this guy is an addict. Like, he can't stop scratching at his fucking neck to violate people's privacy, harass them, and then post it online for his content. He just has this inability to stop himself from being an insufferable asshole. This was the easiest court order ever issued. It was basically a don't be a douchebag order, and he failed. So now he's got 18 weeks detention in a young offender institution, and the judge told him, put bluntly, your pranks are not funny. Which I think is a beautiful thing to say from the judge. Just scathing right to his face, cutting right to the core. Just like, hey, listen, just to be honest, you suck. Like, I need you to understand me here. You're trash. Like, you are actual ass. Your pranks are horrible. I don't know how you sleep at night. You're bad. Like, I think that is just so beautiful in how frank he is with that. So then he said that the 19-year-old's pranks were motivated by a desire to be famous and to receive money and designer clothes from sponsors, which is something Mizzy himself said, which is pathetic, truly just sad. And then the judge continues, your actions caused innocent members of the public significant harm and distress. You claimed on national television the law was weak, and now 18 weeks in the slammer for it all. I will say, I wish they had went a little bit harder here. This is someone who has shown no remorse over any of this, and after he gets out, I have no doubt he's going right back to this behavior. I have no doubt in my mind whatsoever. I even made a video 5 months ago going over just how little he gives a fuck about any punishment that might come his way. He's not going to let it stop him from just being a complete douchebag loser. So even though he'll spend 18 weeks in this detention facility, he's not going to stop this. This is all he seems to want to do with his life, is make everyone else's life more miserable and film it. So I don't think anything's going to change in the time that he'll spend away from society. I think he will come back and be just as annoying and degenerate as ever. That's my bold prediction on it, but no matter what, it is still good news, though, that he is finally receiving some kind of actual consequences for these actions. I think that is good news. That's something to make you smile. Now I'd like to give you some bad news. Colleen Ballinger is back. Colleen Ballinger made another apology video. This time, there's no music to it.
Hello everybody. Sorry I've been gone for so long. I've really missed this. I've missed talking to everyone every single day. Obviously, the last video that I posted on here is really embarrassing, to say the least. I was being accused of some pretty awful things, and I just was mad, and I should have handled that situation with maturity and empathy, but instead I just let my ego take over, and I'm really disappointed in myself.
Now, it's been quite a few months since this whole thing happened. Colleen Ballinger, Miranda Sings, was accused of communicating very inappropriately with underage fans, talking about some really weird stuff with them, a lot of very not good things going on in some group chats with them. I'm not just going to go over the entire situation. I covered it back then. Tons of people did. But what ended up happening is, after all of these accusations came to light, she responded with a ukulele musical number that I think she was striving for a Grammy, which unfortunately she wasn't nominated for. She made a song, a real song to make you wiggle your finger to, called The Toxic Gossip Train, where she didn't address anything really, or like disprove any of the claims or defend herself. She just made a song. So this is now quite a few months later. She's now coming out and saying that that whole thing was embarrassing and that, you know, she regrets the way she handled it, should have handled it with maturity. But I'm going to say, you should never regret writing The Toxic Gossip Train. That song took the Billboard charts by storm. You made a bop. Like, what you should be apologizing for is what you've actually been accused of, and then actually maybe try and talk about that instead, as opposed to your ukulele song. Like, that's not the big problem here. That's not the huge stain that needs to be addressed. Yeah, the ukulele song was a bafflingly cringe decision to do that, but the real thing here, the actual meat, is about all the accusations with the way that you've communicated with minors over the years, and the group chats and like the sexual conversations you had with them about really awful and very weird things. That's what you need to actually talk about.
Over the last 15 years of my career, there have been moments where I was immature and inappropriate with some of my comedy, And there were times when I did not put enough thought into some of my fan interactions. And because of that behavior, people got hurt. And I am so sorry. I never wanted to hurt anybody, but it's clear that I did, and I feel so terrible about that. I also feel like there's probably people who are disappointed or feel abandoned by me because of my silence over the last few months. And I'm so sorry about that as well.
And this is just missing the mark, in my opinion. You're just giving a very vague response to a very specific set of awful allegations. By just delivering this blanketed, I went too far with my comedy, made some mistakes, hurt people, I'm sorry, you're not really doing anything besides just trying to move on from this as quickly as possible and hope that the bare minimum here is enough for an audience to stick with you. After she posted this fall vlog, she's now posted an additional, I think, 3 or 4 videos since now. She's doing daily posting again. So to me, this all just seems like, I'll just reluctantly say I'm sorry. Hopefully an audience will stick around for a little bit, and I'm just going to start bombarding them with a ton of content to flood the rest of this out so that way people can just forget about it. That to me is what this comes across as. The accusations that have been made against her, as well as a lot of the things that have been brought to the public eye, are pretty awful. Like, it's not something that you can just, like, you know, wipe away with a statement like, it was just comedy that went too far and it was a mistake. Because, like, it doesn't seem like there was anything comedic about it, or even, like, supposed to be comedic about some of the things that have come out. It's just, like, pretty deplorable. Like, I feel like it warrants more of a direct tackling of what has been discussed and talked about. You know, like, just a more thorough explanation, I think, is warranted for the victims that have been affected by what you've done. This just seems very, like, I don't know the right word, but it seems very disingenuous and sincere, perhaps, where it's just trying to do as little as possible so you can continue to try and have your Colleen Vlogs channel do daily content and have an audience.
So I'm going to do everything that I can to make sure that I create a positive, kind, inclusive, safe space online with my content. And if you want to be a part of my journey online, I would love to have you, and if not, I completely understand. I do not expect anyone to welcome me back with open arms. I don't expect to change anyone's mind with this video. I just wanted to come on here and say that I'm sorry, and I wanted to try to show people that it's possible for someone to grow and learn and be better after making mistakes many, many years ago. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to try to vlog again, and today I'm just going to...
I cut out a little section in the middle there where she was talking about how, first and foremost, she's a mother, and she was explaining why she hasn't spoken on this sooner, and also that she's been trying to listen and learn from everything with what everyone's been saying. And then eventually it leads to this, where she talks about how she doesn't expect to change anyone's mind, but she hopes that she can try and prove that you can make up for past mistakes, and her path forward is vlogging. So then she transitions this apology into a vlog, which I think is a really weird decision to make. I don't know why you wouldn't make this 2 videos. I mean, maybe because the apologies is only like 3 minutes long and it's not specific, and it still doesn't even directly talk about any of the accusations. It just tiptoes around all of it. It really feels like the apology is more of like an avoidance thing, where she can just loosely talk around the subject and say that she's sorry for it, without ever needing to explain herself or what happened or her actions or intentions or anything behind all of it. So it really seems like the intention was get the I'm sorries out and hope the audience is receptive to it and will stick around to watch the vlogs. And her gamble paid off. She was right. She knew her audience. If you read the comments, it's nothing but overwhelming support for her, and the views on her vlogs are great. So yeah, I'm still a bit stunned by the comments here. A lot of them are saying, this is what you should have said to begin with. We forgive you now. Now we understand. It's all good. What the fuck? She still didn't say anything. Like, did you even watch the video? She still said nothing. It's like, the second she said, I'm sorry, everything else went out the window as if it never even existed. She has still not even said anything about any of the actual accusations or anything about it. She just loosely said, ooh, those jokes didn't land. Bit of a mistake, and I know people got hurt. Sorry. But yeah, I mean, I guess she doesn't need to. She will, I suppose, continue to do just fine here without ever actually talking about all of these things. I really don't think you can just write off a lot of what's come out about the way she behaved around minors as just her being a quirky, zany jokester. Like, there's really no way of looking at it in any way that isn't weird. But whatever, I guess. Her audience has moved past it and forgiven her, so she's back to daily vlogging and will probably continue to do just fine. So yeah, I just wanted to give a little update here on some good and some bad news. That's really about it. So yeah. I've made a ton of videos making fun of disgusting, overpriced homes and hotels. Like the most expensive hotel room that's $100,000 a night and you're basically paying to be surrounded by butterflies and medical waste. And I've always thrown tomatoes at this garbage. In the case of the hotel room, literal garbage. If you want the same effect for less than 100 grand, just bring a couple bar stools down to your local landfill. But I've always shot spitballs at this because it's so stupid. Like, these prices are crazy and what you're actually getting for it make no sense. But I decided to put my money where my ass is and actually experience it firsthand because maybe I'm just bah humbugging from the sideline and jealousy, and it's actually super worth the price for these places. So I decided to stay at the most expensive hotel in Tampa with a couple friends of mine so we could thoroughly investigate and review it to see if it's actually worth the crazy amount of money that we paid for it. The most expensive hotel in Tampa is called The Edition. It's a 5-star hotel, and its presidential suite, its penthouse, is $10,000 a night. 10,000 fucking clams a night. This is prime shitter number 1. I did see this.
Very nice.
I think it's motion activated.
How are you thinking?
Nope, it's not.
Those are just 2 big buttons. What are your
Imagine
thoughts?
there's just a floater in there. So, all I know about it is Dave Portnoy hated it.
Mm-hmm.
And I have been to the bar downstairs once when I was walking around, like, Channel Side.
Yep.
I didn't like the bar at all.
I've heard bad things about it.
Yeah.
And yeah, Dave Portnoy hated this. Right off the bat, there's 1 bedroom for a $10,000 a night hotel room, so that feels weird.
A few months back, Dave Portnoy made a video that popped off shitting all over this hotel. He stayed in a $5,000 a night suite and he was talking about how overpriced it was for what he got. I don't want to spoil anything from our investigation here, but I'll just go ahead and let you in on a secret. It's extremely overpriced. It is outrageously overpriced. Like, this is more overpriced than like an EA DLC bundle. Also, the reason I'm dressed up in this video is because I thought I needed to blend in. I don't really go to bougie places, so I assumed if I walked through those doors with my normal attire of white t-shirt, basketball shorts, they'd behead me on the spot and throw my corpse into an unmarked grave. Good closet space.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow.
What do we got
We'll
in
put
there?
those on later.
Oh my god, yep, we absolutely will.
Steamer.
Wow.
Those are nice. Oh, we got slippers too?
They even gave us 2. So I was trying to figure out what this was. It's like a secret room, but it doesn't...
Oh. It's a door behind a door.
Oh, it's like a secret villain lair.
You know what it is?
Huh?
There's a room on that side, and these are connecting doors.
So that's... Oh, we could go say hi to the other penthouse guests. Alright, and then we get to the creme de la creme.
Alright, so we got a dinner table.
Dinner table. They gave us these cute little addition things as well, which is like a milk pint from school, but with water.
Those are adorable.
I'll do.
Also, they set up very nice stuff here. Are these drawn? Wait, are they food?
They're cookies.
Wait! +1.
Eat it. Wait to tell.
Wait,
some-
I want to give a +1 as well. Wait, are they cookies?
I can't.
That's definitely edible.
It's
Yeah.
Well,
What? Wait. What if it's soap?
chocolate.
It's chocolate.
That's chocolate.
Wait.
That's chocolate.
You want to buy it?
Kinda, yeah.
Anytime I've watched the other like 10,000 a night hotel room videos, They don't normally stop and eat for the first 4 minutes.
Well, it's because they don't know how to review properly.
Right, they don't understand. So, 1 half-point deduction. These are dangerous. If this table wasn't here, I could walk right into that light with how low it is.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I won't take a point off.
That's fair. All right, they can have the half-point back. We got some books, some board games.
They're actually board games, yeah, look.
Oh, wow. What's in the money briefcase? Is this all our money back?
Gold snake.
I wonder what actually is in there.
Oh, backgammon.
Backgammon.
You got a big fucking
Who
rock.
wants to lose me at backgammon?
I was going to say the people of 1784 used to play backgammon.
It was adorable and put a little warm fuzzies in our soul to see the Moist Moguls cookies set out for us when we arrived. Now, our best guess is that they do research on everyone that books the presidential penthouse suite, because I can't imagine there's that many people doing it for 10,000 doubloons a night. That's probably a pretty rare purchase, so they probably looked up the lore of Matt when he purchased it. Because it's not like Matt called them and said, "Hello, my name is Matt Phillips of Moist Moguls. I'm sure you've heard of me. I'm a big shot, and I'll be rolling through and needing to stay at the presidential suite." Like, it's not like he told them anything like that. And they do have, like, a hospitality department that I would imagine their role is to look up the guests that stay there to make them feel cozier.
Alright, what room do we want to tackle
Well,
first?
let's go to the
main
common
one?
area.
Okay.
These are, so from what I read online, they brought back woolly mammoths and skinned them alive for these chairs.
Are they we need a review of if they're comfortable or not.
This was actually the first chess set ever made.
Well, that was a prototype.
By Unga Bunga. He
Beautiful.
carved it with his own hand.
Beautiful name. Pretty comfy. Is that a TV remote?
That's a phone. There's 2 phones here for if you need to, like, you know, buy or sell stocks, like, and you're sitting on that couch.
Let me see the phone. I need to make an important call.
I need Kramer.
This phone is like actually out of an old spy movie.
Whatever stock you were gonna sell is already fucking plummeted. You just lost so much money.
I'm not able to make this call.
Let Charlie go where he feels.
Wait.
What?
Change the whole room.
Yeah, change it tonight.
Oh, the lights are probably
they're
changing.
dimming.
Oh,
I
yeah.
can shade open. Shade close.
Oh,
wow. That's big.
You getting that? I'm getting it.
We need to also test the glass like that guy that was selling glass threw himself against it
Oh,
and popped out and killed
yeah.
him. We need to make sure their glass is up to code.
Yeah, you go test that.
Yeah, I'll throw myself against it.
Here, I can also open the sheer.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, beautiful views.
Oh, 275. Yep, that's you get the whole Tampa skyline.
Yeah, that's actually pretty nice.
That's about as nice as downtown Tampa gets, actually. This is the media room.
The media room.
This
It's
is
literally just a
where-
television and couches.
Oh, wow.
This looks really comfortable though.
This is a pretty good. Pop a squad, Danny.
Okay, well,
take a load off.
but if you're like watching a movie and then something happens, there's also a phone here.
Oh, cool! I can call
Like-
guest services to take care of the burglar.
No.
Yeah,
so-
let's see. Let's see how this
in the
TV
blanket?
quality. I wish these shears were closed.
All right, let's take a peek here.
I think we got to get room service. Oh wow!
Oh god, it's so flickery. That's a little better.
You
That's
still
fine.
have to sign in with your own Netflix account. They don't provide a guest one.
It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
That's a minus point.
You can watch Catholic Mass.
Sorcerer Diablo 4 Season 5.
What is Toberon Hani Execution Day?
I don't know. We should find out.
Wait, we can just call somebody.
Yeah.
What did this guy do?
Every delivery is a treat.
That's okay.
All right, media room's pretty solid.
This is actually very nice. If
Are those Banksy's, you think?
it's got to be at least one of them.
I
Yeah.
don't know Banksy's paintings. I have no fucking clue.
Well, that's the thing.
Well,
Nobody
those
really
are
knows
those
what
are
they're
not
at.
paintings. Let's
That's
start
what
there.
Banksy wants you to think.
All right,
All right, now we can check this side
Yeah,
of
you
the
got a
room.
second sitting area. The really cool part about this one is they've actually provided you with the Pixar lamp that jumps, but he's all grown up.
Hmm.
And they give you tic-tac-toe.
You want to play?
Yeah, we can play a game. All right.
Does it spin? It looks like it should spin. Like one of those center things on a.
It's just a big rock.
That's a huge fucking rock. It feels pretty nice though, actually. It's smoothed very well. A lot of good geode action. Oh goodness. Yeah. I don't see what you're going for. Well, that was a good game.
All right, moving on.
All right, cool. Excellent stalemate.
That's a cool room.
Yeah, great work. Quick game of chess.
Alright, so big kitchen. And it can't start with goof juice.
What? They went to fucking gamersubs.gg/moist. That's crazy.
That's so nice of them.
So yeah. Oh wow.
What?
The Temptation
So-
Lovers Kit.
Wait, actually.
What does that mean?
There's probably like some condoms and stuff in there. Maybe some lube.
3 premium condoms, including 1 XL. It's not kid.
Those are a myth, right?
Yeah. We're gonna have to share that together to take up the space.
I feel like with the way that this all is laid out, that it's comes with.
It's gotta be, right?
Yeah.
Does that mean all this is free?
That's what I would imagine.
Like I said,
that's a lot of alcohol.
We need to open one just to see what happens if it shows up on the bill.
alarms start like blaring.
Okay.
Like a protein bar?
Yeah, I think it's like a little protein bar. Oh my god, that looks horrible. Are they?
That does look weird.
I've never had an RX bar. Some kind of prank. That's pretty good.
Oh yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, so over here.
Give us a tour.
We got a stove. Another stove.
Induction.
Oh, lots of pots and pans.
That's perfect.
That's a nice looking toaster.
It's a Smeg toaster. Smeg's crazy. Smeg
The
coffee pot.
word makes me uncomfortable.
It does, right?
All I can think of is smegma.
Smegma, that's it. I don't know why they picked that name. That's a nice ass thing. Sink. Some brushed copper features.
Up top.
Yeah, what's above? Is there like a microwave up there?
I think that's the microwave.
Oh, that is the microwave. Yeah.
Wow, you think all of this is included?
The charcuterie
We got highlight,
board.
but I like these coffees. I'll take one.
Yeah, I'm sure it's all free.
Yeah.
Do we?
You already bought it. You picked it up.
Yeah, it's already too late now. This is just called Dirty.
You've never had those?
No, are they good?
They're very good. You can get them by the pub sub counter in public.
That is good.
Good chips, right?
Wait, what the fuck?
There's also a secret door.
Oh yeah.
I have to imagine
It's
you
just the hallway.
can hire like a chef to come in and cook you something, and they probably just come in through that door.
That's so weird to me. Why not just come in through the front and then walk over? It's like 2 extra feet.
In case you don't want to see them, if you're like
That's true.
if you're entertaining people in here or
You
something.
gotta remember, a lot of people who will come to a place like this are not the coolest people.
So what do you mean?
Yeah.
Let's show them where the magic happens.
Right here.
This is where you use the Temptations Lover Kit, where we share a nice XL sleeping bag.
Is this the? This is a king bed.
This
No,
does not look like a
No,
king
what?
bed. It looks
It
like
says one king bed. What fucking king are they looking at?
Yeah. What is this? What are his dimensions? This is not a king bed.
you kind of fit, not really.
I would be a bad king.
Ew, you have to do that manually by hand?
No,
the
I'm
money's
sure
over
not,
there.
I'm
No,
sure.
you are sober.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Sorry.
Jesus.
Sorry.
What the fuck?
More Banksy's.
Oh my god, yeah, they're everywhere.
Do you think we're in the Tampa Bay History Center?
I didn't even know there was a Tampa Bay History Center.
I did not either.
Yeah, it's
So, yeah.
Amalie Arena.
That's where the Lightning play.
Yeah.
It's a great arena.
That's some water.
Yeah, that's the. Is that the Hillsborough? No.
Yeah.
It's Hillsborough.
What else would it be?
The other one.
Mm.
It's the addition bay.
They built that for this so that you can look out and see it. Let's keep moving. You got a desk here. Wait, what's this say? Snail mail.
Yeah, so you can send like postcards.
Oh, I can send that postcard.
Yeah, I'm going.
Lock closets.
You like
This is like an actual locker room at like a spa.
Really nice. I don't know why you need this much when you're staying here.
Especially when there's only one bed. So you're expected to maybe have one or two
That
people.
is a good point. Like I would expect this if there were multiple beds.
Yeah.
Like if you're expecting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people to be staying here.
Yeah, and maybe you have to come for a whole week with a bunch of outfit changes. You're going to a nightly gala.
You could still use just one closet.
Still, one does it. What you could have done is put another bed in here instead.
Yeah, what's this?
That's how they get into change stuff for you.
Oh. That was like the attic.
It's probably an attic. Well, lead us into the bathroom. Is this 2 showers?
Wait, is this 2 showers?
Is it?
There's a jacket.
If so, we need to shower at the same time on camera.
And it's got the rain shower heads.
Oh, that's really nice.
What's this one?
Let me look at this one.
Oh, it's a toilet.
Oh. Fuck.
That's actually way more sad.
Alright, so then we got this very nice bathtub.
Yeah, and you can retract the. Oh wait, what is this? Mirror.
I never fucking fit in bathtubs. Open this up. Let me look
I
about my
was
kingdom
looking
as I
for a
bathe.
button to retract it. I think that just controls the lights.
Yeah, I think you're right.
They expect me to open my own blinds.
That's the stupidest thing I've
I
ever
don't
seen.
think you can.
Is it like on the side of the?
Whoa.
This is crazy. I can't open the blinds.
That's a minus point.
Nuts. I can't look out onto my kingdom.
Well, I mean, the way people used to do it was like this. Oh, you. God, you gotta give it like actual elbow grease.
It's very nice.
Yeah. It is definitely not worth 10 grand a night, though.
Exactly. The plus, the pro, is the people. The people have all been awesome.
Yeah, people have been very sweet.
The negative, it costs
price.
$10,000.
That's kind of where I'm at.
We should go downstairs and be like, actually, we've changed our mind. Can we have our money back?
Can we get reimbursed?
Sure. I'll get out of the bathtub if we want to go back around.
I'll admit I ate 1 banana, but I should still get at least half.
I had a coffee.
We ransacked the fridge. Other than that,
Yep.
I would say this is the most egregious room by far.
Yeah.
I don't get this room.
I
It's just
can't
not
imagine
necessary.
anybody has ever filled this closet space. I don't care how you're traveling, unless you're traveling for like a photo shoot that has 300 dresses,
Yeah.
you will not fill this space.
Well, because then you also have to remember there's more closets just like this in the hallway. So it's just
Yeah.
like way too much for 1 or 2 people.
Yeah, so that's the whole room.
That's the room.
I'd say, you know, if you're looking to spend 10 grand on this, probably don't. If you can get it 70% off, go for it.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair.
The staff at the hotel were extremely sweet, and I don't think it's just because we were penthouse purchasers, like the absolute fucking mindless oafs who actually spent that amount of money on that room. I don't think they were just being extra bubbly to us because of that, because we had a lot of friends come in that obviously like weren't in the penthouse or purchased it or anything like that. They just walked in through the doors, and the staff treated them very kindly. And then we came down and brought them up to the penthouse. So even when it wasn't penthouse buyers, it seems like the staff was really nice to everybody, which is great. But man, final verdict, $10,000 for that is outrageous. Like, that is a crazy price to be charging for what you get there. I am still stunned by the one bed there. I've never stayed in a penthouse until that, so I don't know if that's common or not, but it was just entirely underwhelming. Like, it's not bad or anything, it's a nice room, and the hotel itself has a lot of nice stuff in it, but if you're going to be paying $10,000 for that room, you're basically just getting scammed. It really is just... I don't know who came up with that price for that. I don't know if they were thinking it was like New York City or some shit, but it just does not fit at all. It's not even close. I just can't stress enough how mind-boggling that price is. $10,000 a night, I'm expecting to walk onto a goddamn spaceship. I'm expecting to open the presidential penthouse door and encounter the Blowjobamus automaticus that sucks the cum out of my cock first thing upon crossing the threshold. But you don't get anything like that at the most expensive hotel room in Tampa. Again, the room's not bad, it's not horrible, it's not filled with anthrax and asbestos or anything, it's just entirely underwhelming for its ridiculous price tag. You fundamentally get one big room, 2 TVs, and 1 queen-size bed. It's advertised as a king-size bed, but don't fall hook, line, and sinker for that ruse. It is not a king-size bed, unless it's the king of the gnomes in Tree Gnome Village from RuneScape. That is not by any specifications a king-size bed. I don't know what fast one they were trying to pull on us there, but even if it was, it's not like that saves the suite or anything. So since there's only one bed and a few of us were going to stay here, I just want to show you how sleeping went, if you can even call it sleeping. So Matt got to take the bed because he's too tall to have fit on any of the couches, so the rest of us slept on couches. We may as well just been sleeping on broken glass. Laying on those couches was like laying on jagged rocks.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How is the couch?
Fucking atrocious.
Really?
My back hurts so bad.
That's so interesting.
Yeah, my back is killing me. I woke up probably close to 7 or 8 times.
I woke up at 4, and I was like, man, this feels like shit.
I thought those were going to be comfy, because these are like rocks. I'm
No,
looking...
it doesn't make any sense, Matt.
What?
One bed.
You are 100% correct.
It's just, there's not even a pull-out couch.
Yeah, that's
Like,
the other thing.
There's nothing.
I should have just slept in a chair.
Yeah.
My back hurts
I mean,
so
these
bad.
were like, I was not comfortable, but I don't, my neck hurts, but my back is fine.
Really?
Yeah.
My back all the way down to like my L4 it feels like I just got like a German suplex.
I feel like I got frozen in stasis doing like a bench press. Like it's my neck and my upper back, so it's like I was doing this and I just got frozen. And I was just stuck like that for like 8 hours.
You look sad.
I'm in pain.
That's nothing a little floating in the pool won't.
That's true. A little breakfast, a little float in the pool.
Yeah, a little fun boys morning.
Little boys morning. Like that.
Where are
pool,
the idiots?
That pool right there is 3x the size.
That's what we were just
what I was
saying.
That's a nice What the hell is that? They have cornhole. They're having fun. Wow. Fun is overrated.
Do you think you could make it from here into one of the porthole things?
Oh, I thought you meant could I make that jump?
No,
I was like,
for sure you were asking
no,
about
Danny. Do you think those people over by the pool know we're staying in the penthouse?
We could tell them. We could let them know.
We should have gotten shirts that said like penthouse enjoyer or something.
Can you imagine we all walked in with those shirts? They just kicked us out instantly.
It's just the price.
It's really, it's not bad. It's very nice. It's
Yeah.
just too expensive.
Like the price is absurd. Actually absurd.
And once again, all the people have been amazing. Like, if you're watching this, if you were one of the people who helped us, you were awesome.
They've already
Thank
turned
you.
it off.
Yeah.
Tears on their eyes.
He's like, fuck. We're broke.
But we got dirty chips.
That's true. They were really good. And the Temptations Lovers Kit.
Temptation Lovers Kit.
So yeah, thanks for coming on this journey with us.
Yep.
Don't waste money.
Yeah, there's definitely nice places to stay that aren't 10 grand. Alright, I'm going back inside. You too.
Okay.
Bye, Danny.
Bye. Thanks for leaving me on the balcony.
Bye, Danny. Yeah, and that's the addition. 10 grand.
See ya.
Not worth it.
Mm-mm.
Hey, post-credit scene here. I want to show you the total bill. Came out to $10,600, and $9,500 of that was the room. We went to every single place in the Edition Hotel, so every restaurant except for, they have a Michelin star restaurant there we couldn't get in, and we purchased food and drinks for 7 people. We went hog wild with food and drinks at the restaurants and bars, and all of that for 7 human beings came out to over $1,000, so like almost $1,100. And the room, which was the worst part of being at the hotel, was $9,500. It is so silly. So you don't have to be a guest at the hotel to eat at those restaurants or go to those bars, and you will have an infinitely more fun time and a significantly cheaper time just going to those cool places. Because if you buy that $10,000 presidential penthouse, you're kind of just going to be head in your hands fucking sobbing at the waste of money there and begging for ways to get out of that room and do anything else besides be in it. But I do want to reiterate, I think the hotel itself is nice. The staff was exceptional. I thought everyone that we met was just the sweetest person in the world. I don't know if that's part of training or if they're just all like genuinely super nice, authentic people, but it was a very pleasant experience talking to any of the staff. The restaurant's food and drinks were good. It's just the hotel rooms, they gotta make those prices realistic for what you're getting. Because I guess I can't speak to like the $5,000 a night room that like Dave Portnoy stayed in or like the other rooms and their prices, but I can speak for certain that the $10,000 a night penthouse suite, that's lunacy. Actual lunacy. So yeah, this concludes our thorough review of the most expensive hotel in Tampa and the most expensive room in Tampa. That's about it. So yeah. After 10 years, it's finally concluded. The Attack on Titan series finale just aired last night. And as I've mentioned in the past, this is one of the only shows I've ever watched week by week as it aired during its seasons. It started when I was a young virgin male in college going through my own mysterious anime character phase where I have no doubt I frightened all of my peers into thinking I was some unhinged psychopath. And now a decade later I've shed that skin. I'm no longer a young virgin male. I'm an elder sexual deity. Man, what a journey it's been. You're not going to believe me, but I was actually able to avoid all of the spoilers for this ending, which is no easy task. That's like trying to dodge the rain during a thunderstorm. But I did it, and I deserve to be knighted for that achievement. There were so many people that were trying to spoil this for everybody, just a lot of people shaking their fist, bah humbug, I didn't like the manga ending, so now I want to make sure everyone who only watches the anime is ruined for it. And douchey, of course, but not unexpected, it happens all the time. I did not know the ending, luckily. All I knew is that there were a ton of people that were extremely dissatisfied with the way that it wrapped up in the manga, and that of course made me very worried about how the anime would stick the landing, or if it would just fumble and flop like a lot of other anime endings. But I'm happy to say that this was a beautifully fitting ending. I don't think it was perfect, there are still a few criticisms I have of it, but overall I think it is an incredibly strong finish to what I believe is a masterpiece of a show. Not just a masterpiece of anime, a masterpiece of a show in general. I really hold this series in high regard, and I am so satisfied with the way that it completes itself here. And it makes me wonder, what the fuck went wrong in the manga? Was the community just smoking on stupid juice or something? On that Scooby-Doo dick kush? I don't understand exactly what they didn't like about the ending, because I went back and checked. Apparently the ending in the manga is pretty similar to the ending in the anime that just aired, only the anime had a couple of tweaks, a couple of additions, and a few minor adjustments, but nothing major. The story beats are still, for the most part, the same from what I can tell. So why were people pissing and shitting over the manga ending? It's a good, satisfying conclusion. The only theory I can formulate up here in my smooth little brain is that people just wanted a 100% happy ending where everyone wins, it's all sunshine and rainbows, and the world is perfect. And that would never be the case in a series like this. If they did go that direction with a happy ending, it would ruin Attack on Titan. It would run counter to everything that this series has propped up and framed. And I am so glad they didn't take that easy cop-out method, because they did have a chance. With the way, I don't want to get into spoilers here, but they did have the opportunity to just pull their punch and say, actually, everyone's okay, everything's great, happy ending, wee, woo! And I'm so glad they didn't do that. Like, this is not a story that deserved a happy ending. This is one that needed a grim but hopeful ending. Something the show has driven home time and time again. That no matter what you do, there will always be conflict, but there can also always be hope. And I love the way that they finish on that note. You can boil it down even simpler into basically, war never changes. Humans are just predisposed to it. No matter how large the conflict is, no matter how great the resolution is, or how long the period of peace is, it's only a matter of time until the cycle starts over again, which is what the post-credits scene alludes to in the finale as well. I just think it is a beautiful, beautiful piece. I think it is an extraordinary work. Now, I do want to talk about it, but I don't want to give too many spoilers, but there's no way I can talk about it without at least slapping my feet around in the spoiler pool. I can't tiptoe around a lot of the things I want to talk about, so this is your spoiler warning here. Proceed with caution, bitch. So, anyway, everything this show has done up till this point, I think has been executed perfectly. The slow transition of Eren from the hero everyone roots for with a very simple shonen goal of I want to kill every Titan so the world is safe, and to take an idea that simple of I want to kill every Titan so the world and my friends are safe, and to morph it into what he's become here with basically a genocidal maniac is so incredibly risky, but done so well that I think it is probably the best example I've ever seen of a hero falling from grace. And the way the finale handles this character, Eren Yeager, it blew my mind. So, this entire last season, leading up to this as well, Eren has become kind of like this cold, calculating monster who's going to destroy the entire world so that way his friends are safe and the people he cares about are safe. He deduces the only way to keep his people alive is by killing everybody else, basically. So that way, there's no one left, thus there's no war, there's no one to attack them anymore. And at its core, that is the exact same idea he had when he was a child. Kill all the Titans. But over time, it changes into kill everyone, because it's the only way to keep the people I care about safe. He is still a raging child, fundamentally, with the same goals. And in the finale, we finally get to see him, without the mask on. He no longer has that facade of being a stoic, uncaring menace. We get to see him break down, cry, and we get the whole kit and caboodle. When Armin talks to him, Eren reveals that he is still just a fucking idiot that found a lot of power. He even says that word. He says he is a garden variety idiot who fell into a lot of power. And the only answer he has to any of the problems in the world is rage. He says that he is a slave to freedom. He can't escape his very nature, which is just a dumb idiot whose only answer to anything is violence. He never changed. He has always been a kid, basically, who is having a temper tantrum, but he gets so much power that that temper tantrum changes the entire world. And I've seen a bit of criticism over that scene, like, why would Eren start crying? This goes so against his character. And it's like you're not even watching the show, or you're watching it with just your brain turned off and clapping at all the flashy animation. Like, this is very in line with his character from the very beginning. He is the only character in this show that just doesn't change at all. His number one priority in the world was the protection and safety of his friends, but he even admits in the finale that he got so lost and his brain so messed up from all of this power that he wasn't even sure if his friends were going to survive, to which he had so much regret. But one thing that I found extremely interesting here, and I can't help but draw a mirror to my favorite anime, well, what was my favorite anime, I think Attack on Titan is now going to be my favorite, because I really do think they did nail the ending, Code Geass. Code Geass ends, this is big spoilers, Code Geass ends with our main character Lelouch being the ultimate villain, the biggest villain the world has ever seen, and he allows a symbol of hope to kill him. It was all part of his plan. Him and his best friend Suzaku, who is now wearing the original disguise of Zero, who becomes a symbol of hope, stabs Lelouch publicly in front of everyone, killing him, thus ending the evil, this cycle of hatred. Right then and there, hope prevails, and Zero is the hero, basically. In Attack on Titan, Eren had a similar motive that he unveils to Armin at the end. He wanted to be the ultimate evil, which he was. He destroyed 80% of humanity in the fucking rumbling, literally trampling them under his feet. And he wanted Armin and Mikasa, all of them, to kill him so that they would be the heroes. They would be the most important people in history because they stopped Eren Yeager, the ultimate destroyer. And I just thought that was so beautiful. And it draws an obvious comparison to the way Code Geass ends, in my opinion. But I really think they fucking nailed that concept. And it's not like it came out of nowhere. That does feel like something Eren would want to do. And then when he gets all of this power, he mentions that his mind is scrambled. It's a mess. Because with the power he has, he sees the past and the future all happening simultaneously. And it leads to him basically being this puppet master that makes sure that the future plays out the way that he's experiencing it in his head. And he says he's tried so many times to change things, but it always plays out exactly the same. It's a really interesting explanation for how things work, but it does bring me to a criticism I have of it. The way they execute this exposition, I think, is way too jumpy. They jump all over the place abruptly. So it happens during a very climactic moment in the finale, and then it immediately starts jumping to start piecing together the puzzle of what the fuck is actually happening in terms of Eren's motivation, in terms of Ymir, in terms of everything overarching in the world, how it all takes form and shape. And I don't really like how much it jumps around. I think there definitely could have been a smoother way of doing it, so that way it wouldn't be as convoluted. Of course, it was always going to be a little complicated because of just how big the story is with so many moving parts. But I think by having it jump from different time periods, like Armin and Eren as kids, and now all of a sudden here's an alternate reality that could have happened with Mikasa and Eren, instead of just jumping all over the place, if they had just streamlined that a little bit more to feed you these explanations, I think it would have just gone over better and would have led to a little bit less confusion. But it's not the biggest deal in the world. It's actually very aesthetically pleasing, and it's pretty beautiful, a lot of the places they revisit while doing this exposition. But I just think that it led to a little more confusion than it needed to. Now, while I do think it is a little hard to follow with all the jumpiness, what they actually deliver is extraordinary. So I mentioned that alternate timeline with Mikasa and Eren, and I think that is such an important thing that a lot of people are overlooking. So basically what happened in one timeline, Mikasa confessed her love to Eren, and it causes him to abandon the rumbling, no longer going scorched earth, and instead the two run away to a cabin to spend the last 4 years of Eren's life together. And what this showcases is that, well, Eren obviously saw what has and will happen, but Mikasa confessing her love is enough to get him to not go through with it. But by not going through with it, it doesn't stop death, destruction, and ruin from happening. It still happens, but Eren's not the one doing it, it's Marley. The choice was basically Eren commit genocide and save the people that he cares about, or do nothing, go live with Mikasa in a cabin, and let Marley commit genocide, and now the people he cares about are the victims. And they prop up so many mirrors to previously very important moments in the show during these sequences, and it's so unbelievably fucking beautiful and well done. It really is. But the important thing that this sequence highlights is that Mikasa not confessing her love to Eren is what allows him to go through with the rumbling, but he only ever had two choices, basically. Either he commits genocide or Marley, and the thing that basically decides that is whether or not Mikasa tells him that she loves him. So it just highlights the importance of her keeping her feelings to herself, because then Eren goes through with this plan. I don't want to get hung up just breaking down each incredible scene here, but I'll go ahead and summarize. I think what Attack on Titan has done is something incredibly special that puts it up there with probably one of my favorite stories ever told in general. Again, this isn't just exclusive to anime, this is one of my favorite stories ever told. And the anime from start to finish, I think, encapsulates everything beautifully. Even if you just like action, Attack on Titan delivers in a big way. The finale has some of the best action sequences in the entire show. In the finale, while they're fighting on the back of Eren, there's every other generation of Titan that's ever really existed, pretty much, getting thrown into the mix and fighting off our characters to protect them. It's really great fighting. It's beautifully animated. They didn't cut any corners. I love that. But it's more than just action. Attack on Titan just offers a really thought-provoking piece in a very, very beautifully constructed world filled with interesting characters. I love what they've done with it. And also the music to accompany everything from the very beginning of the show has been extraordinary, top-notch. In the finale, it's the same. Great soundtrack. It's just such banger, boner jam after boner jam. I think Attack on Titan is probably my favorite anime now. It's able to dethrone Code Geass, which has been my favorite for a very long time, but I am comfortable in saying that now at the very top for me is Attack on Titan. It's a show that means a lot to me. Again, this is one of the only shows I've ever watched like week by week as it's aired during its seasons, and now that it's concluded, it feels a little weird. Knowing that there's not going to be Attack on Titan, the final season, part 3.5, final chapters, part 1 of the final series, or whatever other wild naming scheme they would have come up with, it feels like a little upsetting. I've never really had that feeling of when you finish a really good series where you're like left a little upset about it. But now I get it. Like, seeing that this is concluded now is bittersweet, because I think it's a great, fitting, beautiful ending to an extraordinary show. But damn, you just always want more, I guess. But yeah, overall, I think this is a must-watch. I really do. I think even if you're not an anime fan, Attack on Titan is an absolute must-watch series. It's so fucking good, and I'm extremely pleased with the ending. I don't know what all the hubbub was about with the manga ending. Maybe they really made some missteps somewhere in there, but whatever missteps there were in the manga, they are not present in the anime. I can say that with confidence. So yeah, anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. Let's see how this is. People have been saying it's actually good. I also like the idea of stepping on Nintendo's property. I'll do that. I'll just call it. No, I was gonna go official Nintendo store, but we'll change it around. Can I put an accent on that so it's correct? What's the keyboard shortcut for an accent? Oh, that looks good, actually. The way that E kind of slides in there in a different, like, it's not bold, that looks nice. Luckily, no one's stolen my packages yet. There's a Pokemon skin mod as well on Nexus Mods if you want to install that. Is it really? Yeah, I kind of want to go all in on Nintendo property. What do you think, Buster? You more excited for Tetramon or Pokemon, huh? Now get the fuck out. We're closed. We're closed. Get out, Stinky. Leave. Leave. Hey, put him back. Put him back. It's going to be under new management. An unlicensed Nintendo Pokestop. Let me download this mod real quick. We're in! The Pokemon Store Simulator! Right now, there is one person at the Nintendo headquarters that just felt something tingle in their soul as they get the pin ready for another lawsuit. Oh, yeah. The official Pokemon Store is here. Look, all my friends have gathered. Yeah, baby. Oh, some Silver Tempest packs? I'd like some First Ed packs. Do we have that in here? Or is it only modern stuff? I'd love to be able to sell some retro packs. I think the customers would go wild for it. Nintendo's not gonna do shit. They can't. This is a parody. I'm legally within my rights. I'm sure. What are they gonna do, sue me? Said from the guy who gets sued. Forgot to place the order. It's almost open, boys. Calm down. We're actually gonna have some people killing each other in here for these Pokemon card packs, just like real life. Like with Target having to like outlaw Pokemon cards because people were dying for it. I don't know, that could be kind of like fun events to have here at the official Pokemon card shop. Like we could have like brawls, like actual fights for Pokemon card packs. Come on in.
Why can't I open it? Oh, prices. I could probably charge $20 for Pokemon card packs and these fucking idiots would still buy it. Hello, valued customer. Buying some officially licensed Pokemon card packs, I see. Thank you so much. Be on your way now. Why is no one buying a ton? These are like so reasonably priced. Are you guys stupid? Buy more packs. What is this? You can make a killing. Alright, I don't know what the hits are in this set. It's definitely not that. No, trash. Oh, I like Gengar. Pikachu? That's a huge... What? Only 15 cents for a Pikachu? There's my rare, the Machamp. Nice. Okay, that's not a bad pack. Come on. Blastoise. Hitmonlee's my favorite Pokemon. Come on. This has got to be it. Wait, why is this Pikachu 458? Oh, gold border? Was the last one gold border? I don't remember. The last one was not gold border. It was a rare Pikachu. Damn, I'm on a stinker streak. Hopefully you guys... 3 packs? Are you serious? You come into my shop and you buy 3 fucking packs? 3 lousy tiddlywinks? Are you kidding me? Where are the big spenders at? When does Leonhardt come in here and buy my whole inventory? I don't really need that. Could do a play table. Oh wait, no I can't because I'm not level 2. About to be though. What are you looking at? Why are you sizing him up? You guys gonna fight? Fucking dare you. Man, maybe I did price them out. I thought people would buy Pokemon packs no matter what. People are only buying like 2 at a time. You come in here looking like this, like the son of some kind of Malibu executive, and you buy 1 pack? Are you kidding me? Oh my god. And you hand me 25 clams? Brother, just hand me one of those 5s. I accidentally gave him 1 cent extra. And that's the Pokestop different. We pay you for the cards. Well, that's sad. Can you go play with him? Oh, thank you. This isn't how Pokemon is played at all. Do you guys even know the game? Sure. Okay. Enjoy the event. Eventually we'll get some big spenders in here. Is this a... I'm gonna change my prices. The market has spoken. This must not be a Pokemon town. Oh! Man, I went right by it. I got a rare Gengar. Oh, or not? That Gengar's not worth a lot? That guy's definitely a Fed. Dude's a narc. He's trying to snitch on us to Pokemon HQ. He's working undercover. I see right through you, Buster. I see you. Come in here, buy a single pack, come back the next day, and now you're playing in my shop? Mm-mm. That's fishy. Where is everybody? Come on in! God, you've been here 3 times today. Why don't you just buy what you need in 1 trip? Oh, she's got stink fumes on her. Welcome! We don't have any hygiene rules or anything at the moment. He seems happy. Oh, in the stock order. I see, okay. Where'd that go? What just happened to that? Did I eat it? What just happened to the deodorant? You bought the license.
What? I bought a license to spray deodorant? Oh, I see. I needed the license, then I can buy it. It's a process. They had to do background checks, like purchasing a gun. There we go. Ma'am, come back! I know they'd be in my shop tomorrow. I'm future-proofing. Oh, she went... It's out of my jurisdiction. Come on in! Oh, that man turned around so quick. He said, "You're open." Thanks, you should, Gavin. Oh, that's my boy. He absolutely went into his mom's purse. He said, "I need more cards." Hey. Thanks, champ. Appreciate the business. That's my fucking boy right there. Valued customer. Competes in my tournaments. Buys tons of product. This guy's not gonna buy shit, I can already tell. God damn it. Get out! You're wasting valuable customer resource. Oh! I was so wrong. Max Mofo must have opened Pokemon cards or something last night on stream and it went viral because people are going crazy right now. Thanks so much, come back. You ruined it. What is this? What is this? That's it? Trash, 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 super trash. Terrible pack. That was a terrible pack. Trash, 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 trash. That's a good Gengar. That's my highest pull yet. Why do people keep walking behind my counter? Can you show some fucking respect? Was this not who you wanted to play with? I can almost afford my card table. You guys interested in some of this? Huh? What do you think about the product, huh? Okay, they didn't like that. I'm sorry, I ruined their game. That's on me. That's actually just my fault. Sorry. Shouldn't have done that. So that's my big one. I'll go market price. I'm gonna go down on market price. I'm gonna make this a great deal. There we go. You're looking at the wrong side, idiot. What are you doing? Like PSA grading it from the back? Okay. I don't know what you're gonna do with that card. Enjoy it. Oh my god, we got Andrew Tate in here. We got a celebrity. Hey, go play with him. That's my biggest one yet. Yes! And someone stinky just came in. Hold on, I'll spray you down in just a moment. Oh, we got a rare Bulbasaur too. A $96 Mankey! We're doing it! Yes! The Starlight Rare Mankey. Damn, that's such a good deal on that card too. Holy fuck. You can't beat my prices. You actually just can't beat my fucking prices. I will tell you that right now. Good choice. Never too old to be playing Pokemon, am I right? Don't listen to what they say. Can you just overcharge people that pay with their phone? That's a great question. I'm gonna try. A little fraud? Might as well. It's Nintendo's reputation, not mine. Make the prices low, then when they get in and come to the counter, jack the prices up like crazy. Ooh, that is nefarious. Come on in! Ethical business practices Pokemon shop here. Let's try. Before he gets here. Let's see if it worked. Oh, a single pack. Damn. Wait, is this guy actually gonna buy packs at $11? Damn right it's a scam. I tried to pull a fast one on you. I immediately turned around. Wow, that's a scam over there, but over here it's so cheap. They bought all of my singles! What? Oh, this guy's a scalper. Holy shit. Damn. That would have been a huge play. I haven't even seen a Charizard yet. I'm just seeing the same Pokemon over and over and over again. Is this all there is? That'd be really sad if that's it. Oh, there's higher tier packs you unlock later on. Oh. Thanks for resub liquid. Wow. Jesus. That's my biggest transaction yet. Congratulations. You want a kiss on the mouth? Oh, here we go. New card license. That's the good stuff. I'm out of money now, though, so. Why are you acting like you've never been here before? What do you mean $3 for this seems fair? You've bought like 1,000 packs from me already. I'm your plug, you know it's fair. That guy's in the witness protection program for sure. What are you doing here? That guy doesn't play card games. I accidentally gave someone an extra $1 when giving change, and that person never came back to return the $1. I hate this community. He stole from me. I would never buy this game. Who gives a fuck? It's not my game, I don't care, man. Don't buy it. Why even say that? What was the point in even typing that? I do not care. Who asked? Get the fuck in here, boys. My inventory's going crazy today. Everyone's getting pussy. Pardon me. Enough of that. New packs, new set. What? What do you mean I can't mix? Oh, yeah. That's the good stuff. That's the good stuff. I'll give it a little markup. Man, go home. Man, just go home with this. One pack today? One pack? Get the fuck out, man. Hold on, I didn't see what you slapped on the table. I'm eating a quesadilla. 1 second, sir. Man, what happened? Why is no one spending today? Jesus Christ, where'd all their money go? Dumping it on hookers and blow? God damn it. I didn't actually look at the prices. Let's open some of these. We'll crack a few. Maybe I'll get some big hits. Hey, $14 Pharaoh. Okay, okay. It's not terrible. Can't be that mad. 14 clams ain't bad. Hey, $14 Hitmonchan. Okay, okay. Give me just a huge one. Put my store on the map. Come on, come on. What do you got for me? What do you got for me? Damn, what a stinker. Shit. These packs suck. They're a ripoff, man. Oh, here we go. Okay, here we go. Big pulls, big pulls. Shut up! That's a huge hit! Celebrate with a quesadilla. Alright, that's massive for us. I have a plan for that. I have a plan for that. I think my big customer, the big spinner that always comes in, is too old to use the internet. So check this out. I'm going to try and convince him, like a hard sell, that this is one of the rarest Charizards that's ever been pulled. I just need to wait for him to come back in. He's not going to be able to price check it because he doesn't have a smartphone. My last ETB. Good on you, boy. That card won't sell at that price. Just wait. I just need my regular to come back in. The guy that buys the singles all the time.
Here, you know what? Actually, I will bring this down a little bit. I think he'll do it at 450. I don't think he's gonna know better. Here, let me put all the cards on this side so that draws their eye. Did he just buy the Charizard? Wait, what did you buy? Oh, he pump faked me. Hit me with the fucking Hezzy Jimbo over there. Come on in. Check the upgrades. And it's all thanks to... What? That's it? I added like a little fucking shame corner? Ugh. Okay, maybe no one's gonna buy the Charizard at this price. Let's do that. I need that to sell. I need that money. I haven't seen the old guy in a while, so I haven't been able to like try and brainwash him into spending 500 bucks on that. You son of a bitch. Alright, decent Farfetch'd. Give me something in the 20s and 30s. Shit. One basic pack. Can you not show your face around here again, Ronald McDonald? Christ. Why are people coming in here to buy one pack? Just leave. Don't even waste my time. There we go, $32 transaction. That's not terrible. Too expensive to play. It's not too expensive to play. Don't you see there's an eager gamer right there? Can you just play with him? Fuck me. Okay, fine. I'll bring it down. What the fuck, man? What do you mean you'll play somewhere else? You can't find competition like this anywhere else. That guy's a top 8 regional champ. Oh my god, everyone smells like shit today. Fucking stink epidemic. I had to get some meaningful upgrades there. Thanks, membership meme. Okay, today should be a huge day for the shop. I got a good feeling this Charizard sells today. Here, you know what? I'm even gonna mark it down. That baby's gonna fly off the shelf, I'm telling you. I'm fucking telling you. Really, the Vileplume? Whatever. It's fine. Yeah, the basic pack. Someone's got the Charizard. I see it's gone. I either got robbed or someone's buying this. Someone saw his Kraken pack and said that Charizard's mine. Man, I got a long line here. Hold on, guys. Doing business. Okay. Wow. He actually came back and bought the Charizard from me. What a nice guy. A lot of sleeves. That's a good purchase. Wait, can I sell half-used spray? No, surely they'll complain about that, right? No, maybe though. Hey, I know you saw what I did. Don't tell anyone, alright? Ah, come on, baby. Huge hits. Keep this store afloat. Yikes, bad start. Oh, I can increase the speed on these. No, this is a good speed. Makes it suspenseful. One pack of sleeves? Are you fucking stupid? What are you gonna do with that? Man, this is expensive. What do you mean? This is marked down like 20%. It's a fucking Weedle. Are you stupid? God, I got a bunch of morons in my shop. This guy actually bought my deodorant spray cans. Are you... Oh, I love you, man. For 30 clams? Oh, yes. Oh, oops. Hey, enjoy that. Hey, enjoy it. You and your wife are gonna have a great night. Oh, she's gonna come back and thank me. Let's crack some packs for that. Oh yeah, I'm excited for the ghost hunt tonight. I already know nothing's gonna happen. That's how it always goes, but it'll still be fun. Get the fuck out of here, stinky Heisenberg.
I know about my bills, but I have plenty of time to pay them. So I'm not really worried about that. Jesse, we need to sleeve. Am I right, huh? Am I right, Buster? Up top. Good cosplay. Did someone smelling like shit just come in and immediately sit down? You got some nerve. You're a regular here. You should know better. Have some shame. I'm almost level 8. This guy just cleared me out. Holy. Wow. Alright, that was a big load. Oh my. We had back-to-back fucking whales come through. That's what I like to see. Alright. Bought the license for that now. That's going to be really helpful. I have a huge update to a story I covered yesterday, and I'm just going to be honest and upfront right away. It put a smile on my face. I was grinning ear to ear like a child who just met Optimus Prime at Universal Studios theme park. Like, this was good news that they dropped because it showed signs of life for the little guy against an evil soulless corporation known as Nexon. I'll quickly bring you up to speed with a little speed run of the lore here. Dark and Darker is a game that's not even fully out yet. They've done a few playtests, and I am a huge fan. I've played every playtest thoroughly. I'm hard addicted to the playtests, and it's just a beloved game at the moment that was unjustly pulled from Steam due to a DMC copyright takedown issued by Nexon, claiming that Dark and Darker and the developers behind it, Iron Mace, stole from them. Both stole assets and also stole the idea from Nexon's unreleased project called P3. Now, there's a lot more muddying of the waters, but that's the gist of it. Nexon had the game removed from Steam. It has been taken down because Nexon has cease and desisted Iron Mace. So Dark and Darker is effectively dead at the moment since they're unable to continue working on it. Otherwise, it'd be a legal matter. So they have to cease all operation on it, put the kibosh on the whole project while they engage in this lengthy and expensive legal battle with Nexon. Now, Nexon you probably only know from Maple's story, but they have hundreds of millions of dollars at their disposal that they're probably going to throw against Iron Mace to try and bully them legally into shutting down because, as I said in the last video, it seems like they're just upset that they missed out on the chance to milk the golden udder of this cash cow, Dark and Darker. They had a similar idea, but one that they were unable to fully realize on their own, and Dark and Darker has absolutely fucking crushed it. So they're mad, and this is their way of lashing out and throwing a temper tantrum. And even if they do win in court, they certainly lost in the court of public opinion. This whole stunt from Nexon has been a reputation ruiner. Not even like Nexon was in good standing with gamers in the first place. They're a fucking scummy company for a million other reasons, but this one went above and beyond the level of shittiness most people would have expected from them. Their greed is just this open, festering wound that I can't wait to pour salt in, because this update I have for you is good news. Iron Mace went full fucking barbarian mode on this one and just slapped around this lawsuit, at least in terms of like debunking the core points and dismantling a lot of the arguments they tried to make. So I want to show you their response so we can go over it together, because I think they did a great job at laying the smack down here and defending themselves. In the cease and desist from Nexon, they note that there's a lot of similarities between the files of Dark and Darker and the files in their project P3. It says the comparison of resources in the folder created when installing Dark and Darker to those when installing P3 game shows that these two games had 2,338 files with the same names. Even if we exclude the number of files essentially included in the Unreal Engine itself from the above, more than 1,000 files have the same file name, and below is a list of the resource file names that are identical in Dark and Darker in the P3 game. So they went through and listed out all of these files, and Iron Mace went through and made a spreadsheet showing these files that are listed in this lawsuit in Exhibit D, and where they came from in Dark and Darker. As you can see, the astute observer will notice the vast majority of these files come from the Unreal marketplace. They are fucking Unreal assets. They do not belong to Nexon, and Nexon cannot claim ownership over these assets. I have played 1,000, 5,000, 20,000, nay, 100,000 shitty Steam games that have all used similar assets, so I notice a lot of the same things in those games to Dark and Darker. They are there for a reason. They are fair game for developers to use. I'm not saying that to say that Dark and Darker is lazy and these assets are shitty. The point is, I have seen these assets used in thousands of games. They are not Nexon's. They did not steal these from Nexon. The reason why they're going to share the same names is because they're the same fucking assets. And in the document, you'll even see a section of files that don't come from the Unreal Marketplace. They are made by Iron Mace, and they explain that the reason these have similar names is because they're relying on the same fantasy tropes that have existed for a long time. Thus, the files in P3 that bear a similar name is because it's in the same goddamn genre that has existed for so long, so of course the names are going to be similar. They are not Nexon assets, and they did a great job of showcasing this here by taking the file that was named in the Exhibit D section of the cease and desist and showing exactly where it came from in the Unreal Marketplace, for example, which I think completely debunks that whole claim of stolen assets. So it really seems like this whole stolen asset claim is a load of horseradish. I expected that maybe they'd try and make a claim like, oh, actually, the prison bars used in Dark and Darker were lifted directly from P3, and here's proof of that. But they didn't even do that. They listed all of these files, and it was very easy for Iron Mace, although I'm sure it was a laborious and tedious process, to take those files that were listed in this cease and desist and be like, no, the reason these are similar is because it's a fucking asset on Unreal. So to me, that just seems like an easy slam dunk. So at best, this claim was incompetent. And at worst, a malicious attempt to bully a smaller developer because you're a very petty evil corporation. So now let's get into their statement here. I'm not going to read everything verbatim, I'm just going to be picking out the most important pieces to the overall story, though I highly recommend reading their entire statement if you're interested in all of it. Nexon states that according to their investigation, Dark and Darker appears to have been built and developed using trade secrets and copyrighted information copied and stolen from Nexon. We would like to show that these allegations are baseless, no copyrighted materials or misappropriated trade secrets from Nexon were used by Iron Mace. The next paragraph highlights that P3 was only registered a month ago, meanwhile Dark and Darker has been public for more than 6 months. And then they get to the first point of contention, where one of their members was accused of acquiring and transferring key assets to his personal server without authorization. So Iron Mace elaborates on this, telling the whole story, which I won't read the entirety of, I'm just going to give you the cliff notes here. Basically, the accused member, the former Nexon employee, was working from home due to COVID-19 protocol remote work policy and was utilizing personal servers, but these servers were the subject of approvals and reapprovals, so he was under the impression that his actions were accepted by Nexon and it wasn't a problem. Eventually, the Nexon employee decided to leave in June of 2021 due to a breakdown of trust with one of his superiors and due to the uncertain atmosphere at the company. So he turned in his badge and left the office and decided to pursue his own path here, but he worked closely with his development team during his time at Nexon and informed them about his plans to leave, and made it clear that the reason for leaving was due to the uncertain atmosphere fostered at the company, and also stated that he'd welcome the team's talents for his next endeavor. He made it clear that he'd likely pursue a project in the same genre as P3, but explicitly clarified that any development would be made completely from scratch. This fact has been noted in witness testimony collected by the police investigating a separate personal lawsuit filed against the accused member by Nexon. That is a huge piece of this pie here. So even though he did talk to the former employees here, the former team about, pursuing a game in the same genre as P3, he made it clear to them that it would be unrelated and everything would be built from scratch. The only thing it would share is the genre, which, again, you can't copyright a genre, especially one that's been around for as long as fantasy has. It's fantasy tropes, right? You can't copyright fucking wizards, magic, swords, spears, and shields, and archers, and all that. Like, it just doesn't work. The only thing they shared in common was that setting and the fact that they were extraction-based games. It's not something that you should be able to copyright since it's already an established genre and established setting. So I feel like this is a crucial piece of information here, that it was made clear and even has testimony backing it that even though it was in the same genre as P3, everything would be made from scratch and it wouldn't be just P3 again. It was going to be its own identity. Now, continuing on, they talk about how once Nexon became aware of this member's plans to leave the company, they decided to send the internal audit team after him. They sicked the hounds on him. So they started to immediately accuse him of stealing files, even though they had been able to observe his activity for a long time now and had no problem with it up until, I guess, he decided to leave the company. So he got fired based on these unproven claims and subsequently sued by the company a month later. And that personal lawsuit is still ongoing, and he's been the subject to multiple search warrants, as has Iron Mace, and so far they've found nothing to substantiate any of these claims or any of these accusations against them. So this poor guy just wants to make a good game, and he can't help but get sued more than McDonald's here by Nexon, who's holding a grudge against him. So he and Iron Mace have been the subject to multiple searches from authorities, and still they have found nothing to substantiate any of their claims. There is no evidence to back up anything Nexon is claiming. The next claim they tackle is the takedown notice submitted by Nexon alleges that the founder of Iron Mace, Terrence, knew that the accused members used stolen trade secrets and copyrighted material to develop Dark and Darker to knowingly benefit oneself and Iron Mace, basing this claim purely on past association and without offering any proof. The founder of the company has no knowledge that any stolen trade secrets or copyright material were ever used to develop Dark and Darker. In fact, the founder has on multiple occasions told members of his team they must be extra diligent in ensuring that everything is done by the books in order to uphold the vision and branding of the company. The takedown notice then states that Nexon's P3 game has never been disclosed to a third party during this period in an attempt to strengthen their claims that the only way to have come up with a similar idea was to have stolen it. However, this claim can be clearly proven false. Nexon disclosed P3 in a media showcase in August 2021 to members of the gaming media, who then wrote about it in multiple blogs and articles as shown below, and then they dropped the fucking receipts here. So they lay the receipts out on the table. They say, here's the buffet of proof. Would you like to take a slice here? And clearly show that P3 was revealed to the public well before Dark and Darker. It's not something that was, kept under lock and key in a vault buried underground where only a few people had access to the information of its existence. This is something that they publicly showcased at one point. Thus, it's not like it was stolen from them, and again, it's a genre. It is a genre. You can't own the entirety of an entire fucking genre. It's not yours. Iron Mace also recognizes and calls attention to this fact. The takedown notice then states that no other games had the same concept, genre, and plot as the P3 game, even though none of those contents of these categories are original, and other games like Expedition Agartha have all three that are similar. The notice then states that within a mere 10 months of forming Iron Mace, its demo/test version of Dark and Darker became publicly available in August 2022. The notice states that it is impossible for Iron Mace to have developed Dark and Darker in such a short time frame without using Nexon's trade secrets and confidential information, again, without offering any proof. And then their response is, just because it may be difficult for a large bureaucratic company such as Nexon to develop games in such a short time frame does not mean that it's impossible for another studio, big, small, new or old, to develop games quickly. Holy shit, stand back, they're preaching right now. You don't have to be bilingual to understand this language of facts that they're laying down right now. They're saying that this is an outrageous claim just because you are a mismanaged corporation that can't roll out games in a meaningful time frame doesn't mean every video game company is as poorly managed as you are. Games can be developed in a timely fashion without ever playing dirty or stealing from other places, and they're absolutely right. A lot of these big studios are extremely slow with updates or anything at all for their games, and it's not because it's impossible, it's because they're just not managed properly. You see indie games all the time able to make patch upon patch in really quick time frames because they're passionate and they work effectively. And even some big studios do as well. It's not all of them, of course, but you see it time and time again for a lot of big ones. This is a very factual statement here. And it's a stupid claim for them to make. There's no way in such a short time frame they could make a game. It takes us 15 years to make MapleStory 1.5. Like, there's no way. No, it doesn't make any sense. They had to have stolen from us. It's stupid. And Iron Mace also calls out the fact that this is generic fantasy shit, right? It is tropey fantasy shit. They even list another game that has all three of these similarities that Nexon lists, which was Expedition Agartha. In this genre, a lot of games are going to bear a lot of resemblance because it's established and has been established for such a long time now. So it's not uncommon or unusual for a lot of these games to have very similar things in them. They even expand on this a bit by saying that they have evidence they'll be releasing soon that shows exactly how they built the game so quickly and efficiently. And I imagine this is going to be like alpha footage of the game during its development. And interestingly enough, I have actually heard a couple streamers that were talking about this mention that they've seen Dark and Darker when it was still in the alpha. So you can see that it was entirely built like by them from scratch and also using the assets. So it should be a very easy thing for them to prove, and I imagine that's going to be yet again another easy layup for them. This statement then goes further, hammering the point home about the file similarity that Nexon's hung up on, explaining that once again they are Unreal assets for the most part, or general fantasy concepts that of course are going to share similar names in the files because they're similar concepts. Nexon then makes the claim that even if they are purchased from the Unreal marketplace, it doesn't explain why the character assets and all of that are identical to P3. So then they had to explain to them that it's general fantasy shit, so of course it's going to look similar. They're both playing in the same fantasy realm, so the character is obviously going to look similar. And then they touch on why, like, the concept art looks similar to P3. And I can't even believe this needs to be said, but it did need to, and Iron Mace makes the statement that the character concept artwork for both games were created by the same individual, explaining the similarities in style. Obviously, they have the same artist here that worked on both games, and he's no longer at Nexon. He is now with Iron Mace. It's not like he's going to drastically change his artistic style, so clearly some of the concept art and art pieces are going to bear resemblance. It's the same fucking person who did art. So clearly that explains that. It's not that he stole art from Nexon. It's just the same goddamn guy doing the art, and he has an individual style. I love this next part. The notice then states that the level and extent of the two games' key concepts, genre, and storyline make it clear that Iron Mace must have used Nexon's trade secrets to create Dark and Darker. And again, both the concepts and storyline are purposely traditional and generic and can be found in many fantasy games, including pen and paper RPGs, which was one of the main inspirations for Dark and Darker. The premise of adventurers delving into dungeons full of monsters and treasures in their quest to seek riches is so generic and common that it can be broadly applied to numerous other fantasy games. Just for fun, we asked ChatGPT to come up with a description for a generic PvP dungeon crawling game that created an eerily similar game description below. So, and then here's that description that ChatGPT came up with. The point of this was to showcase just how generic all of the concepts and everything in Dark and Darker is, and purposely so. It's all just traditional RPG established elements, nothing new. They didn't reinvent the wheel, they just did a very great job of it. They utilized it beautifully and made a very fun and unforgettable experience out of it. But at its core, it is generic fantasy, top to bottom. In closing, Iron Mace states, given the information presented, it is difficult to believe that Nexon, in good faith, could reasonably believe that Iron Mace has infringed on the copyrights for their P3 project. They also provide no actual evidence that Iron Mace misappropriated Nexon's trade secret information in the creation of Dark and Darker, but instead base it on circumstantial claims. Finally, they accuse Iron Mace of a flagrant breach of Valve's SSA and SOCR, restricting our ability to provide our game to players on the largest mainstream PC game platform and severely obstructing our ability to do business. Iron Mace requests that Nexon renounce their baseless claims. If they would like to compete on merit, we welcome Nexon to promptly accommodate the comparison of source code, custom assets, and design documents with the police to quickly and decisively put an end to this matter. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful statement from Iron Mace. I think this was an incredible job from their team here in defending themselves. I don't see any merit to Nexon's claims at all anymore. Even going into this, I thought they were shaky and shoddy at best, but now they seem just completely baseless, and I think Iron Mace has done a great job of, at the very least, clearing their name to the public from the few people that thought maybe Nexon did have a case here. I'm very happy with this update, and I'm optimistic that this lawsuit, should it continue going forward, will actually be ruled in favor of Iron Mace. Nexon doesn't really seem like they have a whole lot in the tank here unless they have all kinds of new information that they haven't revealed, but I guess we'll have to wait and see. Dark and Darker is an amazing game that I'm still extremely excited for, and I hope this gets resolved quickly because I want to do the next play test ASAP. So that's really about it. See ya. Alright, let's read about this Casetify stuff. Dbrand is suing Casetify for ripping off its teardown designs. Dbrand claims it caught Casetify using its transparent style designs in its own line of device cases. Dbrand, the device skin company known for trolling brands like Sony and Nintendo, is waging a legal battle of its own. The company suing rival Casetify over claims it blatantly copied Dbrand's teardown device skins and cases, which are made to look like the internals of whatever phone, tablet, or laptop you've purchased from them. It's also introducing some new X-ray skins on the same day it's revealing the lawsuit. I'm not a huge phone case guy, so I don't know these names. Let me look up Dbrand real quick. Let me see their work. They must be pretty big, right? Dbrand's pretty massive, and I'm guessing Casetify's like the big boy. Showing the Dbrand Easter eggs Dbrand hid inside their design that was stolen by Casetify. Oh, so they planted little landmines, little gotchas in there. Ooh, that's very interesting then. So they caught him red-handed. It's on Dbrand's Twitter. Okay, let me pull that up then. Dbrand first revealed its teardown products in 2019 in partnership with Jerry Rig Everything, a YouTuber who breaks down new devices and sometimes even gives them transparent mods. The teardown skins and cases make it look as if you've taken your entire device apart and slapped on a transparent backing, when in reality, it's just a vinyl decal or a case you slot your phone into. It's a cool design. I think that's nice. Casetify allegedly took all of this work to use on its own phone cases. It all started when Casetify launched a similar line of phone cases called Inside Parts. Very uninspired. Teardown is a much better name. That is lame as fuck. Inside Parts? They spent 2 minutes on that. You could have come up with something so much cooler. Maybe like innards? Bowels is stupid. That's really dumb. But something better than Inside Parts, for sure. Big thanks to Displate for sponsoring today's video. Displate is one-of-a-kind metal posters that are designed to capture your unique passions. So you can see Matt fanning through a couple of them behind me. They look extraordinary. So they're durable, magnet-mounted, sturdy. They can withstand a lifetime of staring. They're super easy to set up and mount. And you can customize them, you can collect them, you can rearrange them however you want. They have over 1 million designs available for everyone, including official designs from brands like some of the ones you're seeing behind me. There's just so many options, and again, you can customize them as well, which is always a lot of fun too. So it's all high quality designs printed onto the metal and hand signed by their master of production. They're unique, easy, and safe, and it only takes about 20 seconds. There's no need to drill anything into your walls. All you need to do is wipe the wall with a cleaning wipe, and then stick the protective leaf, place the magnet, and then put the disc plate on the wall. It's super easy, super quick. So if you're interested in getting some high quality disc plates for your office or any room in your house or anything, you can click the link in the description below. There's right now a Black Friday deal going on, so you can get 35% off 1 to 2 disc plates, 39% off 3 to 4 disc plates, or 44% off 5 or more disc plates. You can click the link in the description below for that deal, or use code MOIST at Displate's website. Again, huge thanks for sponsoring. Which similarly puts an image of the components inside your phone on the outside. However, users noticed something wasn't quite right with the designs. In March, one user on X pointed out that Casetify appeared to be reusing the image of the same internals across different phone models, which means they didn't accurately represent the insides of each device they were sold for. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that probably just a coincidence. I'm sure that's easily explainable by Casetify. Piss puddlers unite. Find Jesus, my friend. What the fuck is a piss puddler? This looks pretty hard to fight. Like, how do you even argue against this? It's just a direct rip of it. Hear me out. Maybe one lazy dev and not the company's intent. Nah, what? No, what? Absolutely not. In a company the size of Casetify, at least giving it the old eyeball test, I'm not familiar with phone case brands, like I said, I'm just learning about them. Casetify seems huge. You can't just have one guy, like, brute force through a design. That has to go through 1,000 different pipelines. Dbrand called out Casetify's apparent gaffe in a video posted on Twitter, which shows how Casetify seems to have recycled the same design across Apple, Samsung, Google devices with a mocking caption reading, "Inside parts." Did they also do the SpongeBob picture with it? Like, bent over and all of that? Just months after Dbrand posted its response to Casetify, the company came back with a new line of transparent-style phone cases called Inside Out. This time, the images are consistent with the devices the cases are made for, and Dbrand claims that because Casetify stole its designs... Oh, and Dbrand claims that's because Casetify stole its designs. However, Dbrand alleges Casetify also attempted to conceal the copycats by rearranging parts of the design to make them look slightly different, which is what they just showed here, yeah. There's some pretty strong evidence backing up Dbrand's accusations. Dbrand spotted many Easter eggs it planted within its own designs on Casetify's inside-out products. That includes the RO807 tag, which alludes to Dbrand's tagline as a brand run by robots, as well as the Jerry Rig Everything catchphrase, "Glass is glass and glass breaks." Oh, what the fuck? This is checkmate. This is like, this is over. This is a full-blown scholar's mate. There is absolutely no way of, like, disputing this anymore. It's just right there. There's even more. How many Easter eggs did they plant in here? Very cute, and it turned out to be a great decision. After scrutinizing the images of the cases on Casetify's website and even ordering some to confirm its suspicions, Dbrand discovered Casetify allegedly copied 117 different designs down to the many digital manipulations it made to the images. Dbrand says it holds registered copyrights for each of these products, all of which were registered before Casetify's launch. If Casetify had simply created their own teardown-esque design from scratch, we wouldn't have anything to take issue with, CEO Adam Ijaz tells The Verge. We're under no illusion that Dbrand owns the idea of taking apart phones and scanning them. Oh, Jiminy Christmas. The fact of the matter is that they repurposed our existing designs for their products, then went to great lengths to conceal their illegitimate appropriation of our work. That's why instead of issuing a cease and desist order, Dbrand is hitting Casetify with a federal lawsuit in Canadian court, where the company is based, seeking 8 figures in damages. It hasn't given Casetify any warning either, so you can see the case in question right now from the company's website and draw your own conclusions. Is there any other conclusion to draw? I can't think of a single argument why they would have why they would have Easter eggs from Dbrand in their work, and it being the exact same design just flipped around. Is it possible to draw another conclusion? I'll rephrase. Brain rot on Twitter. Is there a such thing as a Casetify enthusiast that is so rotted and blinded that they're defending it? With like an actual argument, or no? So this is another one that Dbrand posted. Exhibit A, the phrase "glass is glass and glass breaks." This is a catchphrase coined by Teardown co-creator Zach Jerry Rig. I'm assuming that's Jerry Rig Everything. This tagline does not exist on the internal hardware of any smartphone, yet somehow appears on Casetify's product. They even have it lower resolution, so what must have happened is they just downloaded a JPEG of this and then like downloaded it 50 other times while like trying to fabricate it, and the compression just got fucked. So they got like the lowest quality JPEG of this that they put on their stuff. So there's another Easter egg that happens to be on their work. And another one, Exhibit B. Full montage here. The digits 1111, 1111, the digits 111111, this is a reference to our founding date, November 11th, 2011. This date does not exist on the ribbon cable of any smartphone, yet somehow appears on Casetify's products. That could be explained easily. Binary, perhaps. This may not correlate to a date. This may just be binary code. I could see a perfectly sound argument for that. Exhibit C is the RO807, which we already looked at. Exhibit D. Man, they have so many. This has got to be the most dead-to-right case I've ever seen. Exhibit D, the all-seeing eye. This is a symbol we often use as evidenced by both the favicon of our website and the D-brand pyramid PC built by Linus Tech. This symbol is not present on the battery of any smartphone, yet somehow appears on Casetify's product. And again, it's like the lowest quality version of it. Literally looks like a 4-year-old scribbled it on. Where do they even... This one doesn't even look like they just downloaded it and fucked the compression over time. This one looks like they deliberately made it as hieroglyphic-esque as possible. But in that case, why even bother? You could have just not had it on there. They're literal screenshots. They even cropped some incorrectly. But how can you even get a screenshot to look this bad when you're transferring it onto the product? You'd have to really try to make it look this atrocious. Exhibit E. 1111 watt hours. The 1111 watt hours, this again a reference to our founding date. This erroneous watt hour metric is not on the battery of any smartphone, yet somehow appears on Casetify's product. I mean, you can't even defend it. They took photos of their monitor. Oh wait, you might be right. That would explain this one. This one does actually look like they took a photo of their monitor while it's all glossy and shit, so you can't make it out super well. That would explain how they got this. Wonder why they would steal it? I think the reason would be obvious. It's a successful phone case, it seems. So they just capitalize off it, and then instead of doing any kind of R&D work to make like a comparable teardown, they just copy it. It feels like it'd take the same amount of effort. I don't know, man. I don't know what goes into like actual phone case making stuff. But this is like an almost $1 billion company, I think, Casetify, right? Surely this didn't save them too much on the bottom line. Let me see. Oh, $300 million in revenue last year for Casetify. Massive company. Absolutely massive. They probably didn't know it was patented. Brother, even if it wasn't patented, you still can't just blatantly rip off another company's design. That's like the biggest no-no ever. Like, you can't just infringe on shit like that. You can't patent an image. He meant copyright. I know what he meant. Did you ever stop to think that maybe they just made an oopsie? 117 oopsies from the sound of it. So, they might just be real quirky. Very clumsy. On their video, they said they spent around 10,000 hours making the cases. If you watch the videos, you can see a time lapse of them dotting the cases. In the Jerry Rig Everything video. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Like I said, I don't know what all goes into case making, but I can't imagine like it's a super easy process. D-Brand and Jerry Rig Everything aren't the only people they stole designs from. There are already others coming out with their own cases. Look at Jerry's Twitter. Oh yeah, I can't imagine this is their first and only time. They just happen to fly a little too close to the sun with the blatant theft, and now they're getting caught. Yeah, I have no doubt they probably stole tons and tons of designs. There is countless theories on the end times and how the world will end, and signs that will showcase the end of the world is nigh. And I hate to be the one to break this news to you, but I have been sending you signs that there is a doomsday along the way. I have been dressing differently, aside from today. Today I'm back in the white t-shirt, but on the whole, I've been wearing black t-shirts, gray t-shirts, and as God is my witness, I tell ya, I'm almost ashamed to admit it, but a V-neck sweater. And the thing is, I've been working on upgrading my wardrobe. This is one of those telltale signs, I think it even ties back into the Bible at some point about how, the apocalypse will roll through, that the end of the world is on its way. And now we have confirmation that there's a chance. Apophis, 2029. I don't know how many of you heard about this. I'm, of course, exaggerating. It's predicted, and I think it's like almost 100% certain to miss Earth, but it will be a close call, and it is a giant space rock barreling in this direction. Now, of course, that's nothing new. That's business as usual in the cosmos. The only thing that makes this a little different is typically something of this size gets intercepted by Jupiter, who basically plays goalie for us. Jupiter absorbs a lot of things that would potentially hit Earth. We're in a really fortuitous position to be where we are in the solar system, but this one is going to get around Jupiter here, get past that defense system, and it is going to make a pretty close pass to Earth. But even that's not that unusual either. There's a lot of fear-mongering headlines about Apophis coming up, and I just went over it on stream and kind of want to talk about it a little bit, mainly because its name is the God of Chaos, so it's a pretty scary-sounding name, like straight out of a fucking anime. And I just find it to be extremely interesting. I don't think there's anything to worry about come 2029. but I thought I'd at least put it on your radar. If you remember the Apophis asteroid, you can see how close it will get if you go to... You can see how close it will get if you go to Eye on the solar system and set the date to April 13th, 2029. Well, it's not going to hit us, so I don't care how close it gets. Fuck it. But that was an interesting read when we went over that. Okay, wait. Hold on, there's a new headline. NASA launches mission to intercept God of Chaos asteroid before it scratches Earth's orbit. What the fuck kind of headline is that? Wait, this one says it's the Demon of Chaos. Which one's the correct one? Looks like God of Chaos. A NASA spacecraft recently returned from deep space has been relaunched for a mission to study the God of Chaos asteroid as it begins to near Earth's orbit. The agency's spacecraft OSIRIS-REx, now named OSIRIS-APEX, has been set off to study the asteroid Apophis' extremely close flyby of Earth in 2029, the likes of which hasn't happened since the dawn of recorded history. Well, I wasn't worried about it before, but reading this, I'm starting to get a little concerned. The God of Chaos, huh? Apophis, known as the God of Chaos, is expected to fly by Earth on April 13th, 2029, only about 20,000 miles away, closer than some man-made satellites, and could even be visible in the Eastern Hemisphere. That would be the most terrifying thing imaginable. You're just hanging out outside. Maybe you're coming back from playing a little pickup ball with the boys, and you look up and you're like, oh my god, it's a fucking asteroid. That would be terrifying. They ruled it basically has no chance of impact. Well, that's what I read last time. But now, reading these headlines that they have a mission to intercept the God of Chaos, it's like, well, are we sure there's no chance? The rock, which measures about 370 yards across, only comes this close to Earth every 7,500 years. Earth's gravity will affect the space rock as it nears orbit, and OSIRIS-APEX will study the aftermath to see how its surface changes. The effects of Earth are expected to change the length of the asteroid's day, which is currently around 30.6 hours. It could also cause the God of Chaos to experience landslides and quakes. Apophis is a giant cobra, and the Egyptian demon god of chaos, the sun god Ra, fights him every night after the sun goes down. Oh, that's the lore. We know that tidal forces and the accumulation of rubble pile material are foundational processes that could play a role in a planet formation. They could inform how we got from debris in the early solar system to full-blown planets. The spacecraft will meet the S-type asteroid on April 13, 2029, but will not land on it, rather operate in proximity to it for 18 months. Not only will it look at surface changes, but it will map the surface and analyze the rock chemical makeup. Thanks for the membership, Zach. It will also go within 16 feet of the rock's surface so it can fire its thrusters downward to see what stirs up, giving scientists a peek at the material that lies below. Although the rock is still 5 years away from Earth, scientists will be watching as it nears its first of 6 close passes with the sun. Earth server shutting down? I hope not. 2029, that's way too early. Florida won't even be underwater by then. What a shame that would be. If it was confirmed to hit in 2029, what would you do with your last 5 years on Earth? Probably find a way to get off Earth. I don't know. I think it's a prime topaz. I wouldn't just, like, wait for it, and I wouldn't do, like... I mean, I'd, of course, do things I've always wanted to do but was afraid to, like go to Japan and all that. But I'd also just try and find ways to survive. I wouldn't just, like, you know, put it in the books. I'd be like, alright, there's got to be a way. You're afraid of Japan? I'm afraid of flying. Yeah, I guess I said that wrong. I'm afraid of flying, which prevents me from going to Japan. Bro just wants teleportation. Absolutely, who doesn't? That'd be the best invention we'd ever come up with. Teleportation would be the handiest thing imaginable. I couldn't think of a more important discovery. You jump right at impact so you wouldn't die. Oh, you'd get iframes. So when the asteroid hits, you'd survive. Interesting. But I feel like it'd be a lingering hitbox. It's not just going to be, the impact itself, it'll be everything that comes after. So you probably wouldn't be able to outlast the hitbox. I really feel like we have to have the ability to destroy an asteroid, right? They can't be that strong. It's just a fucking rock. It's just a space rock. It doesn't even have conscious thought. It's not even sentient. I feel like we could absolutely just blow it up. Nuke it. Maybe a giant laser. We already redirected an asteroid with DART. Did we? I feel like that... Actually, that does sound familiar. I feel like I read about that. This year, an asteroid came as close as 17,000 miles. This one is 22,000 miles. It'd be really handy if we could, like, slow it down and just bring it to Earth and just harvest it. I imagine you get so much good materials from that shit. Maybe what we need is a giant net to catch it. And, like, gently bring it in. Or even don't even bring it in. Just keep it in orbit and mine it. That's what they tried to do in Don't Look Up. Yeah, they did it wrong, though. They should have had me theorize how to slow down the asteroid. I've got a good idea. A giant pitcher's glove, or catcher's glove. Giant mitt. Just let it blast into it. There's no material strong enough to catch an asteroid moving at 10,000 meters per second. Well, what do you know? I'm sure we have something. Maybe like a giant diamond net. Diamonds are like really strong. Or maybe we slow it down with a few nukes. Like we blast it a couple times and it's like, ooh, shit. And it starts pumping the brakes. If you nuke it, then the nuke rocks would still fall on us. Which is why we have tinier little gloves out there catching those before they get to Earth. Basically what I'm setting up is Earth with just a bunch of giant mitts. Like I'm putting us in a bubble. Would you rather have teleportation or the Force? Stupid question. Teleportation. Why would I care about the Force? Teleportation is so much more useful. I heard that there's new material made out of human DNA and glass that's 4 times stronger than steel and 5 times as light. I'm not sure, though. I haven't heard anything about that. It sounds like you were watching anime or something. Human DNA and glass? How do those two even mix? So what's the plan if Florida suddenly goes under? Underwater or hit by an asteroid? Because if I'm hit by an asteroid, I don't have a whole lot of planning time. But underwater, I have time. Florida will eventually be underwater. That's going to happen. And my plan for when that happens is I'll just go a little up north. The video of 1,000-mile-per-hour ball from Dustin Smarter Every Day debunks your theory. Which theory? I've proposed like 6. Which of my bulletproof theories gets debunked? Yeah, let's start with this. I'm sure most of you probably didn't even know this came out. I didn't know. My parents told me that it was actually released. We talked about it on stream last week or something. Basically, Netflix threw a desperate Hail Mary. They did a real-life Squid Game in the same vein as Mr. Beast, but did it so much worse and cheesier. So it's out. They're way too late to this trend. Like, this is way tardy to the party. This would be like if they made a reality TV show about the best fidget spinner. Like, it's, I think, missed the mark entirely on, like, hitting while the iron's hot. And my parents and I watched the first episode tonight. It fucking sucks. So they use, like, real people. It was an open casting call. People signed up. They go here and they play the Squid Games in real life. It's terrible. Like, if they had just played the games and made a show out of it, it'd be whatever, it'd be forgettable, but I guess mindless popcorn entertainment for a game show. They don't. They try and interject drama into it, a la the actual show, and it falls so flat. So it really feels like they instructed all the people to be as fake and over the top as possible. So, where do I even begin? So they do interviews with all the people. Well, not all the people, a lot of the people. And every single one of them has to have their own quirky personality. So there's one guy who's like, sympathy is a weakness. Like, he's speaking like an anime character. And it's right before red light, green light. Spoilers, he makes it through red light, green light. And then he's like, yeah, I'm pretty confident. God made me this way. Why would I want to be anybody else? You know, people go through struggles, but I don't complain about it. You go through struggles that I went through. The difference between you and me is I'm not whining. Like, that kind of shit, it's fucking terrible. Like, it is insufferable. And it's clear that these people are instructed to say things like this, to be abrasive, to be over the top. Like, a girl was doing an interview and she's like, my name actually means all-knowing. Which is accurate because I can see the future. And then she kind of goes in on that a little bit. Like, it's clear they are trying very hard to put some kind of personality into just this very vapid concept of just doing the Squid Games IRL. It's fucking awful. My parents and I ended up just making fun of it the entire time. And it is so phony. I think most of it is scripted. Like, I really do. I think the vast majority of what was filmed here had to be scripted to some level. Because there's, like, this test where after red light, green light, they take two people that just happen to be in the kitchen peeling carrots together and, you know, chit-chatting. And they're like, you two, you have the choice. Give one player an advantage in the next game or eliminate somebody. And it's like this crescendo of music. Like, what the fuck are they gonna do? Are they gonna execute somebody? Oh my god. It's the biggest decision of their life. So then they're like debating the morality back and forth as they're peeling carrots. And they're like, they do like 15 different YouTuber thumbnail faces. And like 45 different camera cuts. Eventually they decide to eliminate somebody. And the person they eliminate is number 200. And what's special about number 200 is they had given him his own little brief character arc like 45 seconds before where he's like, hey, my name's, I think his name was Mati, I think. And he's like, I just want to make a lot of friends here. I want to meet people. I want to have a lot of fun, maybe get a good group together and just meet everyone. And then 45 seconds later, the test was they choose to eliminate him. And I swear to God, I'm not exaggerating. When they eliminate him, they make a big announcement. The testers have decided to eliminate contestant, and then they spend about a full minute like flipping through numbers to build suspense, and all the people are instructed to be like on edge as possible. So you have people like literally crying, and then they say 200 is eliminated. And I shit you not, the entire bunk bed dormitory erupts into like hysteric fits of crying. Like there's one guy who starts jumping up and down going, no! No! For a stranger they don't even know. Like they don't know this guy. It's a totally fucking random guy that just got eliminated. He never even met him. And the whole dormitory is doing this. They start hugging him. They start crying. Then they do a post-game interview with him and he's like, I wanted to win this. My family needs a better life. This was all for my family and now I'm gone. Like, it's all so fake. It's so bad. It's so terrible. And that's just episode 1. Like, it's, oh my god. I thought it was just going to be, like, a forgettable throwaway Squid Game, you know, parody-ish. Well, not parody. They just do the Squid Game. But holy fuck. Netflix went hog wild with making it as insufferable as possible. It combines every single awful trope about game shows and rolls it into a Squid Game skin. Jesus Christ, it's bad. It's so bad. Almost ruined my whole Thanksgiving. Oh, and I hate the way it's edited, too. When they're playing red light, green light, it is impossible to keep up with anything happening, because they'll, like, jump forward in time and then jump backwards sometimes. So people that are, like, running and then they stop, like, they'll just get fully eliminated, because what actually happened is they actually were moving 30 seconds in the future, but they showed that clip after they were eliminated. Like, it's all over the place. It is a fucking mess. Oh my god, I hate it. I hated it. I couldn't imagine watching all 5 episodes. And then, of course, they had to instruct the people to pretend like they don't know what's coming, so when Game 2 happens to be the cookie thing, they're all caught off guard, like, what is this? No, wait, you don't want the umbrella, because you see the umbrella has some very hard to follow points to it. You don't want that. Oh no! How could this happen? You think it was done on the cheap? No! That's what my dad and I were so surprised with. They spent oodles of doubloons to produce this. The sets are incredible. They matched everything 1-to-1. This is a very expensive game show they put on. And fuck, it sucks. It only gets worse. Yeah, I just don't think I can stomach more of it. It's not even fun bad. Like, I'm kind of making it sound more fun bad than it was. It was miserable. It was, like, I couldn't even look at the screen half the time. Like, with the shit that was going on, it was so phony baloney. Why did they copy? It was to try and capitalize off the success of Squid Game, but it's so late to it that nobody cares anymore. Plus, every YouTuber ever already did it. Oh, yeah, sorry. So that was all a prerequisite to this here. The contestants, who again were like normal people that were instructed to act a certain way during the interviews, I believe, they are now claiming that they suffered injuries from it. So hypothermia and nerve damage. And after watching episode 1, I can kind of see how they might have had that happen. Hypothermia, no clue. But nerve damage, a lot of the contestants in the first game adopted this strategy where they would sprint really fast and then dive. Like just full-on dolphin dive like it's Call of Duty. And just eat shit. Literally just eat shit and like penguin slide on the ground as they're skidding across it in order to like stop moving entirely. So I bet there were some real injuries here with people trying some ridiculous strategies. Thanks to Tier 1 sausage. But as for the hypothermia, don't know where that comes from yet. Maybe the dormitory wasn't kept at a proper temperature. I really don't know. A British personal injuries law firm is representing 2 unnamed players who say they suffered hypothermia and nerve damage while shooting in cold conditions in the UK. Oh, the contestants' allegations concern their experience shooting the show's opening game, Red Light, Green Light. Wait, that's the one I was just talking about. Fire. Yeah, that's it. I imagine that's where most of the injuries would have come from. People were going crazy on their strategies there. Those tactics were nuts. The game was filmed at Cardington Studios, a former Royal Air Force base in Bedford, during a cold snap in Britain, and Netflix confirmed at the time that 3 of the 456 players required medical attention. Express Solicitors, which specializes in no-win, no-fee claims, said its clients risked their health by having to stay motionless for long periods during the shoot as they attempted to stay in the competition. Wait, what do you mean for long periods? There was a 5-minute time limit, unless, of course, that was all fake too, which it probably was. That just reminded me, another thing during the Red Light, Green Light, they try so hard to interject drama into this fucking show. There is a girl who, during Red Light, Green Light, stops in like a squatted position, and then they interview her, so that she's giving her inner monologue, and she's like, I can't believe I stopped squatted, what was I thinking? I don't know if I can hold on long enough, but I have no choice. I have to. I can't lose now. I need this. I can't. And then she's like, but I'm losing it. I give up. And then she just sits down and loses. Even though it was only like, since there's a timer there, assuming the timer's accurate, she only had to hold that squatted position for like 7 or 8 seconds. Yet she went through like this entire monologue, this entire fucking speech about how difficult the conditions were of just sitting in like a semi-squatted position for a while. 7 seconds. And then she's like, it's too much! Bang! And gives up. Contestants thought they were taking part in something fun, and those injured did not expect to suffer as they did. Now they've been left with injuries after spending time stuck in painful stress positions and cold temperatures. I really do wonder how long they had them out there for. Because assuming that the game was real, which I guess it wasn't. Well, I mean, like, the game actually happened as it was supposed to. There's only a 5-minute time limit. So it couldn't have gone too much longer than that if they actually just played it out like a normal competition. But the whole thing is so fucking fake. So I'm guessing they might have been out there for hours to get the shots they wanted. I just skimmed through the Squid Game show and holy fuck. Oh no, I'm not exaggerating. It is awful. It is so bad. Oh man, yeah. It was terrible. I don't know why they even bothered. It would have been better if they just let them play out the Squid Game stuff, because at least then it would have been at least somewhat entertaining as just a game show. But here it's like this pseudo-drama that is horribly done. It was a big waste of time. But I'd be lying if I said I wasn't somewhat interested in watching episode 2. It ends on the weakest cliffhanger imaginable. And that's just almost impressive to me. They're choosing their shapes for the cookie game, and the cliffhanger is he going to go to the umbrella, or is he just going to let himself get eliminated? I finally watched Zack Snyder's new movie, Rebel Moon, Part 1, A Child of Fire. But I promise you the only fire this movie offers is the one that's going to be ignited in your soul with rage over how awful it is and how angry it makes you for wasting over 130 minutes of your life. Do you remember all that hoopla a couple weeks ago where big fans of Zack Snyder were screaming and shouting from the rooftops about how unfair it is that Rebel Moon Part 1 has a low Rotten Tomatoes scores from critics? Then the claim started floating around that Rebel Moon was the victim of review bombing, so all the reviews that were being posted weren't genuine or reliable whatsoever, so you couldn't take the Rotten Tomatoes score as an indicator of it being bad, because it's actually extremely good, and that the critics' reviews here are just baloney. Well, that's a bunch of cope right there. That is the biggest lie ever told since me trying to pretend I was 6 feet tall on Tinder. This movie shouldn't even have a 24% on Rotten Tomatoes. That seems high. That is generous. How it has a 65% audience score is an affront to God himself, because this is not a good movie no matter how you spin it. It is extraordinarily derivative of just Star Wars itself, to the point where it almost feels like it was supposed to be satirical of Star Wars, but if it was created by someone going through a really edgy phase in their life. I hate to draw the immediate and obvious connection to Star Wars, but it's very clear that had a huge influence here, because there are so many plot elements that are directly shared with Star Wars, as well as just blatantly having a lightsaber ripoff. It's so shameless. There is a character in this movie that uses lightsabers. Come on. It's right in your face. Zack Snyder is pounding his meat into your mouth, letting you know that this is Star Wars fanfic done really poorly. Now, as I understand it, this was something Zack Snyder tried to pitch for quite a while, and was constantly turned down until recently, where he was given the means to make it. And man, it should have stayed in the drafts. This should not have made it to the screen whatsoever. So let's dive in. Let's start with its disjointed plot and nonsensical subplots that it tries to introduce here. Now, I'm going to give you a brief synopsis, and it's going to sound really familiar to some property you've seen in the past. So if there's any copyright attorneys in here, you might start sweating when hearing this. There's an evil intergalactic empire that wants to control the whole galaxy, and they're bad news, Buster. You don't want them paying you a visit, because shit will pop off. And if things don't go their way on the planets they visit, if they don't want to serve the way that they think the planet should serve them, they have no hesitation blowing the planet up with their low orbit beams that will explode the planet. Our protagonist is one of the most fearsome warriors that empire had ever produced, but she left that life behind in order to live a life of solitude on an isolated planet elsewhere. But unfortunately, the ghosts from the past pay her a visit. The empire comes through, and in doing so, they cause a ruckus on this new planet that she's trying to call home, and thus she decides to rise up and lead a rebellion against this evil empire that she left so long ago. That's the bare bones of it. I don't even really care if it's like a super simple plot, to be honest, because you can make that work as long as you fill it with an interesting world and interesting characters, neither of which this movie successfully accomplishes. So, its characters are the most soulless I think I've ever seen in a sci-fi movie. They are so bland and emotionless. They don't have a personality at all. Zack Snyder forgot to write that. And he forgot to write the characters bonding with each other. So the whole film is basically just collecting new members for the rebellion for the most part. And when they do so, they join very easily. It doesn't take much convincing at all. It's not really feeling earned when they join. And when they're there, you don't ever see them interact with each other. They're all basically just fucking strangers to one another. I don't know how you can make a movie like this and forget the most important part, which is showcasing character bonding and building relationships. It doesn't even attempt to do that in any way. But anyway, these characters really don't have any kind of defining personality traits whatsoever. In fact, they all kind of share the exact same traits. They're all stoic, they're all brooding, and they're all mad all the time. And I don't even mean like outwardly mad, like screaming or anything. They don't even get that emotional. They're just always like angry, like wearing a big frown on their face because it's all so grim and dark in this universe. The only one of their crew that even somewhat has a personality is Kai. And he basically just becomes their chauffeur. He drives them around to collect new members for the rebellion. And that's kind of his whole role, and he sometimes makes some wise cracks. Thus, you can make an argument that there is at least a semblance of a personality to him, whereas everybody else has nothing. It's so weird how you could make a cast of characters this uninteresting. And what's wild is, you don't even get to see them use their expertise. For example, one of the people that join the rebellion is supposed to be this hotshot general. And the only reason you even know that this guy's a big deal is because when they're reflecting, the Empire's reflecting on this mounting rebellion, one of the big bad guys says, and then they have General Tiberius, I think is what it was. I'm already forgetting the names because, again, the characters are just not interesting. But he's like, General Tiberius is with them? You mean the genius general? One of our finest generals ever? And it's like, oh, okay, so he's a big deal. But he never uses that expertise at all when he joins the crew. He doesn't do anything. He doesn't do anything at all. Really, none of the characters do for the most part. So there's like a prince that joins, has no role to play in this group whatsoever, and him being a prince has no role to play in this whatsoever. The general doesn't use any of his expertise. Like, it's just, they have all these like subplots and all these like tiddlywinks of lore that never go anywhere, and they kind of just serve as like bench players behind our main character as well as the main farmer that joins them. And the main farmer, like, he is probably the most personality-less out of all of them. So much bad shit happens to him, and some of it is like actually directly his fault, and he just sits there just super stone cold stone face, and sometimes he'll do this. And that's it. Like, he doesn't, there's no depth to any of these characters. They don't flesh them out. They don't do anything with them. It's basically just like having action figures in your movie. And then occasionally Zack Snyder decides he wants to play with them, so he'll make some of the lamest action sequences you'll ever fucking see. He has this obsession with slow motion for this movie. I swear to God, at least 45 minutes of this film's runtime is dedicated to slow-mo shots. And they're so lame. It's like the most boring things you could ever use slow-mo for. One of them, I shit you not, is a character jogging. And he's jogging. And he's jogging. And he's jogging. And he's jogging. And then he finally jumps onto the back of a bird that threw him off. Like, it's just so, like, why slow-mo that? Slow-mo the jump. Don't slow-mo the entire jog up there. It is agonizing. Oh my God, it was miserable. I felt like I was in some kind of fucking time vortex. Like, just, it was actually, I actually felt like Zack Snyder wanted to personally offend me and waste my time with how much slow-mo he puts in here. You have to really fuck up to make slow motion boring. And somehow he pulls it off. Slow-mo has always been cool. It will always be cool when it comes to action moments. But he uses it for the worst action. Like, another good example. There is a slow-mo action sequence where our main character is running and sometimes firing. And that's it. Like, there's sometimes some, like, lasers going by her, but she doesn't do anything else. It's, again, just slow-mo of her running through these lasers with the occasional shot being fired, which you don't even see hitting anyone, and then eventually she slides under something. Why slow-mo that? That would be a lot more intense if you had that going at normal speed. She's dodging all of these lasers, it's really high stakes, it's really intense. This thing's collapsing and now she needs to slide to beat it. And she slides and just barely narrowly gets through there. That'd be much better than this 3-minute sequence of her running towards that thing with like a few lasers zipping by her and occasionally her pulling the trigger. It's just, why slow-mo some of these things? I don't get it. I really don't. It feels like when you back were in school for a summer book report and you needed to reach the word limit, so you just start typing a bunch of mumbo-jumbled gobbledygook. That's what I feel like he used slow-mo here for, just to pad the runtime a bit longer, because I have no other explanation for it. But anyway, we'll move on from the lackluster action. I don't think it's all bad. There are some cool moments here, visually and in the action. And you know what the cool action moments have in common? They're not fucking slow motion. Like, their non-slow motion action was so much better than the sequences that they tried to slow down. So they really, they should have worked more on that a bit. But there are a few cool moments. Some of the planets they visit are visually interesting. Like, I can really see Zack Snyder had this wild imagination that he wanted to bring to life, but didn't really know how. So it's kind of just this disjointed mess of visiting a bunch of places in Zack Snyder's brain with no real reason for them to be there narratively that feels rewarding or earned. So, like, there's this spider woman who eventually fights the lightsaber wielder, which I think is a really cool concept and a really cool idea. And in fact, the scene between them is pretty good, but the actual writing of it is terrible. The spider creature has a couple of minutes to try and make her like a sympathetic character, and then the lightsaber wielder who does join the rebellion has a couple of minutes to try and flesh her out in some way, and then they fight. And then that's it. We never really see the lightsaber character talk to anybody else ever again, so we get nothing else from the lightsaber character ever. The spider creature's dead. I guess spoilers, but it's not an important character anyway. It's just a throwaway, just to showcase some lightsaber action. And it's like, okay, you had this cool visual idea here with the spider creature fighting the lightsaber wielder. You needed something more to tie it together, because at the end of the day, like, this was kind of flashy and kind of nice, but there's no real substance there. we don't really get anything out of it for the rest of the film, and it's never addressed ever again in the film. So what the fuck did we really do this for? And there's a couple other moments like that where I'm like, damn, this is kind of a cool place they're visiting. This is a cool atmosphere. We spend 4 minutes there, never to come back, never to address any of it again, and the character that we got in the rebellion from it never says another word to anybody in the crew. So what a waste of time that was. And that's just what the whole movie feels like, a waste of time. There is nothing worthwhile in Rebel Moon Part 1. It doesn't set anything up that makes me like biting at my nails waiting to see what happens in Part 2. The villain super sucks. The villain is just cartoonishly evil, and that's his only trait, really. He doesn't have any depth to him either. Nobody and nothing does. Even the main character, the way that they try and write depth to her is by her monologuing her past, and then them showing the flashbacks. In slow motion, of course, obviously. But outside of her monologues, she doesn't do anything else besides just try and drive a hard bargain for people to join her rebellion. And by hard bargain, I mean she literally asks a couple of times, and then usually they say yes. Or she'll do like a very simple chore, and then they'll join. Like, it just feels so lame and underwhelming. I do think the universe has potential. Like, I do think they set up a pretty cool universe, and they introduce an interesting plot element that hasn't been explored in Part 1 at all when it comes to, like, potentially breathing life back into creatures, and potentially magic. And that could be pretty cool if this film was successful at all in generating any type of interest in seeing it explored more. I just don't know who would sit down and watch this and care about any of the characters at all. Like, again, they don't have personality. This whole movie is emotionless. It's all muted. There's a death amongst the rebel crew, and I guarantee there's not a single person out there that cared, because we had only met that character like 20 minutes ago. He only had like 3 or 4 lines in total, really, before he died, like after joining the crew. So it has no impact whatsoever. There's no weight to it. And that's just kind of the whole movie. And I also feel like the movie itself has an identity crisis because it tries so hard to be dark and gritty, but it's also very clearly aimed at a PG-13 rating because there's no blood or anything like that, and it pulls all of its punches. So our big evil guy, he has this big stick that he hits people with and kills them with it, but when he hits them with it, after the initial hit, it'll usually cut away to just a close-up of him slamming it down, and then it's implied they are dead because of it. Well, it's not implied, like they are dead because of it, but they don't show anything. Like, it doesn't actually go through with the dark and gritty tone. It pulls its feet out of the pool at the last second. So the whole film just really feels so messy. It really feels like all this film wanted to do was get to things that Zack Snyder thought would look cool, but he didn't really know how to write it in a way that makes sense to get there. So he said, fuck it, we'll just do it anyway. We'll do it live. And that's what it is. It's just this, you go here, recruit them, and leave. And while you're doing the going there and recruiting them, you look at something cool. Maybe there's a cool scene that unfolds, like riding a griffin or something, and then you immediately leave, and then that character that joins you never hear from again. It's just a bad movie, really. Like, there's just not a whole lot that's good about it. I think Zack Snyder has some cool ideas, but he needs someone to really fine-tune that shit and put good writing behind the ideas. So, yeah. Rebel Moon Part 1, Child of Fire. It is pretty bad. I'd say it's about as bad as everyone's saying that it is. That's about it. So, yeah.